How you doing?
This meeting is called to order. We have the invocation by Pastor Natron Curtis from the well.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Managers, City Staff, neighbors, and friends, let us all pray. Father, we pause in this moment with humbled hearts, grateful for the gift of community and the responsibility of leadership. We thank you for this city, for the people who call it home, and for the families who have built their lives here, for the businesses that serve here, and for every voice that is represented in this room tonight. Father, we ask you for wisdom that is greater than our opinions and patience that is stronger than our frustration. In moments where emotions are high and perspectives may differ, help us to listen with respect, speak with care, and remember that disagreement does not make us enemies. Teach us, Lord, to see beyond ourselves and help us to recognize the goodwill in one another. And let every decision be shaped not by fear, nor by pride, or by pressure, but by what is wise, what is just, and beneficial for this municipality. Bless our mayor, our vice mayor, our commissioners, our city manager. Give them steadiness of spirit and a deep awareness of the trust that is placed in their hands. May this meeting be marked by hope and led with integrity and with honor. Grace our city to grow with compassion and with purpose. And may we all leave this room tonight with dignity, peace, and hope for the future we share. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Now we'll do the pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we get started, if you have your cell phones or whatsoever, I'd like you to mute it at this time, or you can also cut it off. If you need to make a answer a call or make a call, can you please step out the Chambers meeting room? Thank you. And I will let our city attorney read the.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. The City of Alachua welcomes vigorous debate and differing opinions. Civility does not require agreement, but it does require respect. We thank everyone for helping us conduct the public's business in a manner that honors both free speech and good citizenship. The civility expectations for our participants and public comments and attendees. We ask that the public join us in affirming the following commitment to civility. We recognize that every person has the right to be heard and the freedom to express their views under the First Amendment to the United States Constitution. We will treat our fellow citizens, elected officials, city staff, and all participants with dignity and respect, even when we strongly disagree. We will focus our comments on issues, policies, and actions rather than personal attacks. We will not engage in threats, intimidation, or disruptive behavior. We understand that all remarks shall be directed through the chair and will respect the rules and procedures established for this meeting. By conducting ourselves in a civil manner, we help to ensure that the City of Alachua remains a place where differing viewpoints can be heard, discussed, and considered in an atmosphere of mutual respect.
Thank you. Now we are have motion to approve the agenda.
I'll motion to approve the agenda.
I'll second that.
It's been moved in second. Now we will have public comment on the motion.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. My name is Soria Lindberg, Soorya for the court reporter. Probably hasn't heard that much. When it comes to the agenda, I request that you consider moving the rezone item to another date certain because the last meeting took so long and you didn't have anything before it. And this next rezone will take significantly longer because you have affected parties. And I think it would be more fair to you and your deliberation and the public if we could move that whole hearing to a different date. Thank you.
Would there be any more comments on the motion?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Chuck Ross. I support the Soria's motion or that we move the item to another date. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all the commissioners and others present here. My name is Celine Haripriya A. Benedict. I have an 8-year-old son and was here till midnight last meeting, as all of us were. And I'm also requesting that the quasi-judicial gets pushed to the next meeting since we know that we will be calling witnesses, experts, and have many affected parties. So it will run much longer than just the public comment of the last session. So that is also my request. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Manager, City Attorney, and all the other commissioners. I'm also hoping that, I'm sorry, my name is Sandra Elsey, E-L-S-E-Y. I'm also hoping that it can be moved because I feel like looking at some of the backup materials that there hasn't been a thorough investigation into the effects of our car system. In other words, our whole community sits on this car system of springs, and it's very, very delicate. And if it's disturbed and the thorough geophysical investigation isn't done, there's a propensity for it to cause sinkholes, also for stormwater to run off and then contaminate our water system. So I feel for the benefit of ourselves and our children, our grandchildren, that this investigation should be done before any decisions are made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. My name's Jonathan Wesley Donnelly. I live across the street from Jack's Mower. Um, I'm opposed to this. There's not enough information. There's nothing in this week's paper. Wasn't that supposed to be advertised? It hasn't been advertised, I think, for the past 2 weeks.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is anything that is not on the
On
agenda.
the
I know it's
agenda.
not on the agenda. That's why I bring it up.
Thank you so very much.
You're welcome.
Just to make sure we're all clear, I believe this is for the motion to adopt the agenda.
Excuse me. Excuse me. You have been read the order of this meeting. Now, I want to be fair. I don't want to put no one out of this meeting. But if you don't follow the order, I will get you escorted out. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name's Tamara Robbins. Well, it's a little difficult to come up here when it's such a hostile environment, Mr. Mayor. A person from the audience is allowed to call point of order if there's something without getting expelled. Please do not interrupt me, sir. This is my 3 minutes, and I'm speaking to the adoption of the agenda, which includes the approval of the May 18th minutes and the June 8th minutes. So the June 8th minutes are not included in the backup material that I could find, so I did review them. It appeared in those minutes that the meeting was completed, and it wasn't. Y'all made a motion to adjourn before you took citizen comments. Okay, the minutes need to be accurate and reflect what happened. They do not. I'm asking you to pull those off of this agenda for correction and submit them when they're accurate. Also, when you appointed someone to the Planning and Zoning Board, the minutes should reflect all of the applicants that you received, the applications, and those applicants who spoke. Only 2 of them were present and chose to speak to their appointment. You didn't include that, and you also didn't include the votes. Okay, you had a secret ballot, valid. Those ballots should have been read into the record that night. It's no secret how you vote. It's appropriate that you would have a secret ballot only for the fact you don't know how each other votes at the real time. But to reveal those votes at the time of the meeting is the proper way to do it. Transparency. So it should be in the minutes. And also, I believe, Mr. Mayor, that you seconded the motion to adjourn, and I don't believe you should have been allowed to do that. I think the gavel should have been passed back once the motion to offer a continuance was voted on. So that was out of order, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so please, before you declare the public out of order, please get your own house in order. Thank you.
Thank you. No clapping. Well, no clapping, please. And I want to remind y'all one more time, and I'm going to be as fair as I can because I respect the public, but you need to respect me also. We're not going to shoot personal jabs at one another. Let us be professional and do this in decent and in order. That's all I ask. That's all I ask.
I think when you're finished with your motion to adopt the agenda and we get to the legislative item, I need to address a few things just to set the table as to where we were.
So we'll take a vote on the agenda. A voice vote at work. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
No.
Aye. Ayes have it. So we continue with our agenda. In the first, we have the approval of the reading proposed ordinance resolution title only. Ask for a motion on that.
I move to approve the reading.
Second.
It's been moved to second, and we will have a voice vote on that from the commissions. All in favor?
Aye.
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 No.
All right, we will go to item 1, special presentation. A.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorneys. I am Leanne Williams, Deputy City Clerk. Jody Goodman, Executive Director of Business Development, and Lakeisha Smith, Patient Care Representative of Haven Hospice, will present highlights on the difference between palliative and hospice services while addressing common misconceptions. The recommended action is to receive the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and City Manager, City Attorney. My name is Lakeisha Smith. I'm a patient care representative for Haven Hospice and Palliative Care. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to stand before you this evening to speak on building compassionate communities through hospice and palliative care. My role in the community is a liaison, helping individual families, healthcare providers, and community organizations understand the services and support available through hospice and palliative care. I work to connect people with resources that improve quality of care, promote advanced care planning, and ensure patients receive compassionate care that aligns with their goals and wishes. I am passionate about serving the community and helping individuals navigate difficult healthcare decisions with education, support, and dignity. We look forward to building partnerships, increasing awareness of available services, and working together to meet the needs of our community members and their families. To provide more in-depth detail of these services, I would like to introduce Ms. Jody Goodman, the Vice President of Business Development.
Thank you so much. I'm Jody Goodman, Executive Director of Business Development for Haven Hospice and Palliative Care. And thank you for allowing us the opportunity to share about some of our services that are available to the local community. Haven has been in service in this local community for more than 45 years. We service 18 surrounding counties, and some of the services that we highlight are hospice, palliative care, and advanced care planning. Today, we wanted to talk a little bit about the difference between hospice and palliative care and our free service advanced care planning to this community. Hospice care is a benefit that a lot of our families overlook and is a valued benefit for quality of life when life becomes limited. Hospice services are for those individuals who have received a prognosis of about 6 months or less. Hospice is a 100% Medicare covered benefit. In the United States, there are more than 50 million unpaid caregivers. About 1 in every 4 adults is caring for somebody at home unpaid. So we recognize that this burden is real. Hospice is a support to helping those individuals. The main difference between hospice and palliative care are a few things. Hospice services, you receive an entire team of individuals that can help provide care to your loved one. Hospice also has a few different layers, including nurses, aides, chaplains, social workers, bereavement, and volunteers. All of those are 100% covered by Medicare, and as an organization, we also provide those services to folks who cannot afford it. Palliative care is one provider providing care for those with a life-limiting condition at any stage of their life. So anybody over the age of 18 with a life-limiting condition such as COPD, CHF, they can have a nurse practitioner coming right to the home to provide some of those services. And we know in a lot of our rural communities, people are not accessing healthcare readily or have a limited ability to get to their healthcare providers. We wanted to talk a little bit too about some of the top myths about hospice. One of the biggest things we hear is that hospice is for people who are dying. And we today wanted to talk about that. Hospice is really about living and living with quality and dignity. Hospice has changed over the past few years and is really very much more progressive than it used to be. There are often times where we can provide hospice support to folks still receiving additional care. Our hospice services also have a dementia program and a veterans program specific to those individuals and persons impacted by dementia or our veterans. We also often discharge folks back into the community who've been on hospice services. So just because you're receiving hospice care does not mean life is ending. We oftentimes find that those individuals actually improve with the additional time and attention. One of the things I really wanted to focus on talking about today, too, is that Haven offers free advanced care planning to the community. What that is living will and power of attorney. It's really important that people understand that they need to designate somebody to make their decisions for them if they're unable to make decisions themselves. We encourage every person over the age of 18 to complete a living will, and we'll sit down with them and talk about their goals of care and help them understand what support is available. Any questions?
No, just thank you for all you do. I've experienced this several times with my family members. So you
Thank
guys
you.
do an amazing job and sit through it all the way to the end.
Thank you.
You're blessed. Thank
And
you.
I could talk about this for hours and hours. So if anybody wants more information, please let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move to item B.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, Madam Attorneys. My name is Tyler Williams, Accounting Manager, and I'm here tonight to present the Fiscal Analysis Report through May 31st of this fiscal year. And with that said, I will define some of the key terms I'll be using throughout this presentation. Fiscal year is the period beginning October 1st, 2025 and ending September 30th, 2026. Amended budget is the budget including all changes since the beginning of the fiscal year. Period benchmark is the percentage of fiscal year that has transpired. Through the end of May, that is 66.7%. Encumbrances are funds committed for future expenses. The breakdown of budget by fund type is displayed here. The general fund and enterprise funds account for about 80% of the total budget. The amended fiscal year 26 budget is $67,160,729. Moving on to the individual fund types, we have the general fund. The primary revenue source are taxes, which accounts for about 48% of all general fund revenues. The general fund provides the resources necessary to provide for the city's main governmental functions. The amended budget is $21,227,675, which is $81,789 more than the adopted budget. Funding sources are at 86%, expenses are at 58%, and encumbrances are at 7%. Moving on to the special revenue funds, the primary current revenue sources are intergovernmental revenue related to the CRA, and the taxes associated with the infrastructure surtax and wild spaces public places funds. These three funds account for about 94% of the special revenue budget. The amended budget is $6,456,544. Funding sources are at 88%, expenses are at 14%, and encumbrances are at 6%. Next is the debt service fund with a primary revenue source that is comprised of interfund transfers. This provides for all general obligation current debt payments, and currently that is only the Series 2016 bond. The amended budget is $793,864. Sources of funding are at 100%. And please note the negative use of fund balance that you see arises from the fact that an installment payment for the Series 2016 bond is due on October 1st, which is the first day of next fiscal year. Sufficient funds are transferred in this current fiscal year to cover the fiscal year 27 first installment payment, and that additional $17,223 transferred in for the general fund for that October 1st installment payment is not being used in fiscal year 26, and therefore is reflected as that negative 2% that you see of negative fund balance that is not being utilized in this current fiscal year. The next fund type are the capital projects funds. The primary revenue source in this fund type are from intergovernmental sources. The amended budget is $1,494,326. Funding sources are at 1%, expenses are at 43%, and encumbrances are at 21%. Enterprise funds are supported through charges for services or user fees. This fund type encompasses all of the city's utility services. The amended budget is $32,503,309. Funding sources are at 77%, expenses are at 49%, and encumbrances are at 4%. Lastly is the internal service fund type, with primary revenue source being charges for services. These are in the form of transfers from the enterprise fund, as the primary purpose is to provide support for enterprise fund activities. The amended budget is $4,685,011. Funding sources are at 80%, expenses are at 55%, and encumbrances are at 4%. The amended budget for the current fiscal year of $67,160,729 is $81,789,000 more than what was adopted in September. As of the end of May, 80% of funding sources are accounted for, with 49% expended and 5% encumbered. Just to note, the original fiscal year 26 budget was $67,078,940. The city's total investment portfolio is just over $1.8 million, with the SBA at approximately $1.3 million, and the money market and certificate of deposit totaling approximately $555,000. Our cash holdings are just under $30.8 million. In conclusion, the city's revenues and expenses are in line with our budgetary and fiscal plans. The bulk of the tax revenue has been received. The fiscal year 27 budget development is in process, and the first budget workshop is scheduled for July 27th. And at this time, we'll be glad to entertain any questions you may have.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Tyler. Regarding this, so we're closing out the year. With regards to potential impacts with the possible changes in legislation regarding tax assessments in November, what are we looking at in terms of that with our, like, how we're going to be affected like that?
Of course, Mr. Mayor, I do want to note that will not go into effect for fiscal year 27's budget. That will be the next year's budget, fiscal year 28. But with that in mind, we are looking in at ways to kind of, I don't want to say cut services, but look into ways that areas that could be impacted. Again, this is just the general fund, so it's not the entire budget. It's just the general fund. But we're definitely looking into that at this time.
All right, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor. Just to ensure I have the correct date. First workshop, July 27th.
Correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Tyler, what time is that? Is that 5? 4?
I believe that's scheduled for 4, but don't hold me to that at this time.
Let's see. No, I'm just going to, I move that based on the presentation and what's been presented here, and to allow the public an opportunity to comment on how their tax dollars are being spent, I move to approve and accept this presentation by our finance department.
I second.
It's been moved to second. Now we will take public comments. Motion.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Tamara Robbins, thank you for the motion and the second. Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity to speak. However, I wasn't expecting it, so I didn't look at the presentation, but I do know that part of our budget is the tree fund. Was the number given up there of the restricted fund for the tree fund? Last time it was, previously it had hundreds of thousands of dollars in it. I think maybe Commissioner Rainerson is looking. I don't know. Maybe he could. Thank you. Anyways, but are you planting any trees? Because you collect money as mitigation and offsets for developers who cut down the natural habitat, right? And the animals have no place to live and there's no shade. And the cooling of the trees is eliminated, and we pave over places because apparently paradise doesn't matter here. So replanting of those trees that you all collect hundreds of thousands of dollars is an important part of what we expect you to do. I do. And if you don't know anybody who knows how to plant a tree, then there are plenty of people out there that do. I know how to plant a tree. I bet a lot of people in this room do. So I'd like to see that money spent and trees being planted to reestablish a canopy and habitat for the animals. An oak tree is a keystone species for probably like 500 different animals. From the caterpillars and the fungus that live on the leaves that critters eat, birds and everything eat, to everything down the line, from the mosses and everything that grow on them. So when we cut down the big trees, we are not just clearing the way for progress. We are destroying habitat for the animals that depend on it in our ecosystems. And oh, by the way, in case anybody else in here hasn't noticed, there's a whole lot less pollinators than there were last year at this time. I hear it from people every day at my job, at the nursery. Where are the butterflies? Where are the bumblebees? They were swarming in my yard last year. Well, I'll tell you what, we need to stop spraying for mosquitoes now. Okay? You need to replant the trees and start trying to repair some of the damage that you all are hell-bent on doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I've missed you. Hi, everyone. Mandy Bucci, Alachua lover, Main Street advocate. Everybody knows, I think. But there's a big crowd, so I'm going to take the opportunity to share some good news. And it is related to the budget, I promise. Yes, these are new readers. Sorry. Okay, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Mandy Bucci, resident, farmer, small business owner, Main Street. advocate, and I also organize community events for our lovely town. So, as you consider the budget line items on tonight's agenda, I want to speak to the value of continued investment in our community programming and events. And it is a beautiful thing. Listening and watching all the conversations happening throughout our community over the last several months may be hard for some, but let's remember that all these people really care about our community, and that is gorgeous, gorgeous thing. Last year, our community came together to support bringing the Levitamp concert series to Alachua for the next 3 years. And today we're seeing positive results of that investment, neighbors connecting, families gathering, visitors discovering our town, and local businesses benefiting from the activity it brings in. I have the privilege of also seeing our community at its best through the Market on Main. I get to watch people discover our main street for the first time and absolutely fall in love with it. These outcomes are not accidental. They're a direct result of the thoughtful budget decisions we prioritized last year, and I thank you again. If we've learned anything from these community efforts, is that people come together around a shared vision and great things happen. I believe there's still so much opportunity ahead for Alachua, especially when we continue to invest wisely in programs that bring people together. Before I close, I'd like to give a special thank you to the City of Alachua Parks and Rec Department, because they're the heart of all of our community programs and truly make our town something special, along with all the nameless volunteers that work very hard every day, that all their efforts go unnoticed. So I just want to thank you to all of them. As you move forward with budget decisions, I hope you continue to support initiatives that strengthen our community fabric and support our local economy. No matter the difference of opinions, I hope we continue showing up for our local businesses, our farmers, our community organizations, and each other. That's how we keep Alachua strong. Once again, thank you guys. And remember, Market on Main every Saturday. I don't need these for that. 9 to 1. And our concerts resume August 28th. It's a blues concert Friday night, and they continue every Friday night from there until September 25th. Then we are also going to start planning next year. So if you want to be on the committee, come.
Thank you. Will there be another comment? If not, we'll take a vote. A roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner.
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Mayor Welch. Aye. Now at this time, I will pass my gavel. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I'm on the wrong page. Okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. I was looking at the wrong page. We have comments from the citizens on the subject and not on the agenda.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Gary Pappas. Good evening, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorneys. Like our last very enthusiastic speaker, I am thrilled to see so many people here tonight once again. I'm proud of them, and I think we all should be proud of them for coming here to participate in the democratic process. and to exercise their First Amendment rights to speak if they feel so moved. This room is a testament to the care and concern that this community has for it and for the future of this community, so that they and their children and their grandchildren can live in a town that reflects their values and their traditions. And they're all here to make sure that this commission acts in their best interests, as expressed to you here at this podium through emails and through various other means of communication on issues that are important to them. And, as we approach our country's 250th birthday, it occurs to me that this is a we the people moment. We the people formed this government, and this government acts and serves for we the people. And I really hope that you all make us proud with your decisions here tonight and in the future. Thank you, and have a good evening.
Thank you.
My name is Deborah Havlick. I want to thank all of you for all the time you put into our city. I was talking with some friends and I'm concerned about something, so I'm just going to read something here. I'm asking if we could put on a future agenda in order to give citizens a chance to voice our concerns that the city should employ a special land use attorney that guarantees neutral, unbiased advice. Ms. Boyce, with all due respect, has a long-standing business relationship with representatives of major developers. We have legitimate concerns based on comments she has made in town hall meetings that her advice is biased in favor of developers, which may not be the will of the people of the city she represents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again, Mayor and Commissioners, City staff, Chuck Ross. I came to speak about something that was brought up at the June 8th meeting regarding the meeting on May 21st. It was very troubling for me to see that there was no public notice of a meeting, yet the Planning and Zoning Board was there, from what I understand, the applicant was there, Chuck Clemens, the former rep, was there, and the majority of the commission were there. And anytime two or more commissioners meet, public notice is required. I'm not aware of any situation where there's no public notice of a meeting. There are occasions where there are meetings in the shade, where there's a negotiation or a settlement of a contract, and then later that information is brought to the public. And I also understand there were no minutes recorded, there was no video of the meeting, and it was some sort of training. The word official act that's in the statute, that is very broadly interpreted to mean any discussion or anything that might come before the commission in the future. And if it's training, then training is something that you guys might come up here and make a decision about changing your procedures. So frankly, I don't understand. And I guess my concern is, who gave you the advice it was okay to do this? Because whoever did that, I think is dead wrong. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, Attorneys, Matt Webster, want to say thank you again for the opportunity to serve on your Planning and Zoning Board. Excited to be part of the city, and so excited I got to attend my first board meeting or Planning and Zoning the next night from the City Commission meeting. So back to back, it was quite exhilarating. Thank you. Commissioner Fletcher, you had mentioned when I was at the podium about infill. And it's something that I wanted to take a look at and kind of through my experience in doing projects in the city of Gainesville and infill and how it has impacted the city. How can we, within the city of Alachua, emulate similar types of programs? And so if you look at Rachel Boulevard, the overpass through to 75, and kind of that heart of the city of Alachua and Main Street, and there's a lot of area for infill and redevelopment that's going on there, or could be. A lot of vacant lots, dilapidated buildings. How do we bring development back into those areas? And it's not that the city needs to, but how do we as a city create an environment that businesses want to be in? And that's really the key. We're not here to do economic development per se as far as creating the business. We need to create the atmosphere that businesses can thrive in. So when you look at the developments that are south of Rachel Road, when you look at the developments that are north of 75, how do we capture some of those tax dollars that are being created through those developments and incentivize or be able to then put up programs within that core district that then incentivize businesses to come in? Because the reality of the zoning and what's in place both north and south of us is that there is development that is allowed. There is zoning that allows this. And there's going to be development that happens when that is an easier place to develop. So how do we take those dollars, kind of capture programs to then make developments easier within that core centric city of Alachua, the historic areas? So just some of the thoughts that I had. So thank you for that. Kind of challenge and continue to look at that as we move forward and look at different development opportunities and ways to improve the economic and viability within the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Celine Haripriya A. Benedict, Celine Benedict for short. Good evening again. So I am also requesting something to be put on a future agenda that is deeply impacting my family and my life and actually everyone we know. In January 2026, my son, who's 8 years old, and myself were in a very, I'll say a fatal car accident on 441. The passenger of the woman who came in front of my son and I's, the passenger died, and it was critically injured for many months, and my son and I have incurred huge physical injuries, long-standing physical injuries, some of which might be lifelong. And so I would like us to put on the agenda improving traffic on 441. I live on 188th Street and 441, and the traffic increases our nervous system strain. There's more likely to have accidents. There's delays in emergency responses. It creates frustration, reduces quality of life, reduces happiness, reduces time with our children, time in nature, time serving the community, time doing community service, so many things, time going to church or temples and praying. So I'm requesting that we work together, whatever that means. You have more information than I do. I know that 441 is a state road, so we cannot expand it. It is constrained in nature, that it cannot get another lane. So I don't know what is possible. People have talked about DOT. So I'm just asking that it be put on the agenda to explore realistic options. And the city's greatest strength is quality of life. And I know that over 1,000 homes have already been approved to be built and that haven't been built yet. So they'll be built over the next few years. And the traffic, as you know from past things I've said, the traffic already is doubled in my experience from 441 to basically to the Hare Krishna temple, where I bring my son to the Montessori school, Bhaktivedanta Academy. It was 12 minutes to go the 7 miles. Now it's often about 3 times a week, 25 minutes to go that 7 miles. And that's without the 1,000 homes that are being built. And I am a realtor. So I'm like, yeah, homes are great, but we know 1,000 homes are coming and those families are coming and that's going to increase our traffic. So I would rather get ahead of it rather than be behind it. So that's my request to you, to keep allowing Alachua to be a quality of life place and not have Orlando traffic here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and other commissioners. My name is Rick Lanise. Thank you for the opportunity to speak and for taking on the responsibility to represent the citizens of Alachua. We often take for granted our system of governance where we get the opportunity to elect our officials that will represent our interests. And based on the number of citizens here today, we would like you to know what is important to us. We live in this area because it's quiet. There are lots of trees. There's gorgeous rivers and springs. We support locally owned businesses that are owned by our neighbors. There's less traffic than many areas of Florida. There's less traffic lights. There's less light in general. We have dark sky. We have lightning bugs. We have owls that hoot at night. We are self-sufficient. We have deer, wild turkeys in our yards. We have swallowtail kites and bald eagles in our skies. This is our quality of life, and we hope to cling to this way of life as long as possible. You have the authority and the responsibility to help us maintain that quality of life. So please do that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commission. My name is Finn Vargas. You've seen me here last few times recording back in the corner there. We're live on Facebook now, so people who couldn't make it here have access to find out what's going on at the moment. A lot of people think that what I do might be anti-government. I'm not anti-government. I'm not anti-police. I'm anti-corruption, and that's what I look for. And we have the freedom of the press along with our freedom of speech. There are 5 fundamental freedoms in the First Amendment, and that's one of them that I exercise as well. And in 7 years of being a citizen journalist, I've found that the only people who don't like the camera are the people who have something to hide. Now, we have Ryan Hayes here, TV 20, weekend reporter. Nobody's going to stick his hand in front of the camera, right? You wouldn't do that to TV 20. Please respect my rights. I'm putting you on notice. Don't do that again. And also, there were other disturbing incidents that I noticed that we were talking about the May 21st meeting, but a couple of you standing up there in the corner speaking to each other alone is against the rules also. I just wanted to point that out as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeremy Shear. I attended the meeting 2 weeks ago to speak in favor of an item on the agenda. That was my first time attending a city commission meeting, and I must say that I found it to be very interesting. A little frustrating at times, but mostly encouraging. It's been said that there's no greater accountability in government than in local government, and this saying was certainly on display 2 weeks ago in this room. And I'd like to thank the commission for patiently, respectfully, and attentively listening to the thoughts of all the many citizens who wanted to speak. I personally waited nearly 6 hours to speak to the commission for my 3 minutes. While there were a number of points of tension and disagreement in the room, I think we can all agree that there are many more things that we all agree on than those that we don't, just to name a few. And there was a great list of things just said, but we all want clean air and water. We all want safe roads. We all hate traffic congestion. We all want good schools for our children. We all want the opportunity for good, high-paying jobs. We all want the property rights of individuals to be respected. And we all want fairness and transparency from our government. Every person in this room wants all of these things, and there really is no reason why we shouldn't have them all. We live in the most prosperous and free country in the history of time, so what's standing in our way? I would argue that the greatest thing standing in our way is the spirit of division that causes us to point the finger at our neighbors and say they've got it all wrong while we have it all right. We're all guilty of this at times. We're all guilty of thinking we live in a comic book world where everyone is either purely good or purely evil. a place where heroes and villains each possess a different superpower to defy the laws of logic and reasoning to make things go our way. But we don't live in that world. We don't live in a world where we can all go back in time to a simpler time and place before evil real estate developers and snowbirds moved in. That's just not the reality we live in. I heard a politician say the other day that as long as there's air conditioning, sunscreen, and bug spray, people are going to want to live in Florida. It's a blessing to live in Florida. It's a blessing to live and work in the Good Life community. So, of course, Alachua is growing. Why wouldn't it be? Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, you have choices to make when it comes to growth. I would encourage you to embrace and shape the future by collaborating with property owners, business owners, and other government agencies to create a better, more prosperous future. Growth is inevitable. Prosperity is not, unless we work together. Collaboration starts with saying yes to growth. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the Commission. My name is Chris Beatty. As our community continues to grow, it's important that we support thoughtful development that brings more shopping, services, and economic opportunities closer to home. Too often, residents have to leave Alachua for everyday needs, including myself, taking time and spending out of our local economy. Responsible development can help expand the city's tax base, create jobs, support local businesses, and generate revenue for important community priorities like infrastructure and public services. I encourage the Commission to continue supporting opportunities that help Alachua grow and meet the needs of current and future residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. It's my first time being here addressing you. My name is Prita Edwards, Prtha, and I would like to share my concerns about this rapid development and cutting down all of our forests and paving them over. There are some new developments that want to be in progress, which are exactly on top of sensitive aquifer refill zones. And I think that's a huge mistake. I would like to see developers held more accountable for the trees that are being cut down and having more trees planted. For a well here in Alachua from June 2005, it measured at 37.5 feet water level above sea level. In this past year, it has dropped 3 feet. In the last 3 years, the average water level in Alachua has dropped 10 feet. So I think it's extremely important that we set rules and parameters for protecting our water and our forests here. I saw on the budget wild places for public spaces. And yeah, where are they? We need more. We need to create a canopy here and protect our land. With the water table lowering, more trees will be dying, especially I see pine trees dying. This will also affect the lumber industry that's here and add fire fuel to our environment. I came from California. I know that dead trees standing in the forest is a big issue, and I see that we will most likely have more droughts to come. So yeah, really, who is responsible for our water protection and our tree protection? We are part of the Floridan Aquifer, which provides over 10 million people just in Florida alone with potable water. It also extends to people in Georgia. Yeah, we're all dependent on this. So thanks. Help us out. Choose wisely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, and the City Attorney and Manager. My name is Angela Basham, B as in brother, ASHAM as in Matthew. And I like trees too, and I love our quaint, charming city of Alachua. And the trees also give us oxygen, and then they inhale our carbon dioxide, so they're really good for the environment, clean air. I noticed that there is, and I don't know if this is like a county thing or at some point in time it becomes a city thing, but I noticed that there is a park and ride like by the freeway. So there was some point in time there must have been a bus that came up from Gainesville to Alachua. Like I said, there's a park and ride. So and I thought if there, and I think they discontinued the bus coming up here because there weren't a lot of people on that. And I just thought maybe that would be something for consideration. Like even if there was just one bus a week that came up through Alachua and maybe even to High Springs, and then in the morning, and then it goes back down to Gainesville in the evening. So that was just a suggestion, and I thought maybe for future, because if we are growing, you know, like like I said, I just, even if it was just like one bus a week, you know. So thank you for letting me share, and thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. My name is Aura Gross, originally Aura Real. I'm 67 years old. I'm originally from Ecuador, the most beautiful country in the world. And I'm in love with Alachua. I come to talk to you only out of love. You know, this is such a beautiful place. They have everything that anyone can desire to live and grow his family and kids. And I came here to tell you that you have, this is transcendental, the decision that you have. You're going to come down to history, all of you, to history. You're going to be in the books if you help keep Alachua the way it is, like in Italy. They have such a beautiful cities that they stay like this. That's the enchant. You know, develop don't means make more houses. No, make whatever you have more beautiful, more attractive. That's it. That's it. That's why Europe have so many cities there. That develop. Ecuador, same. What we have in Ecuador, we have the trees, the water, the mountains, and that's attract people. And it's very important because you have kids, grandkids, and the future generation deserve to enjoy Alachua the way it is right now. Please, I like I say, out of love, please, it is in your hands, it's in your decisions to keep Alachua, the nature of Alachua the way it is, because that will attract more people, no more houses. Thank you so much. And by the way, I'm U.S. citizen. Huh? I'm married with an American guy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Madeline Ryan. That's RHYAND. If some of you may not have been here, but I think Miss Brown was here at the time in the early 2000s when they were bringing the Walmart center to Alachua. A group of citizens sued the city of Alachua to stop them from bringing it. And at that time, the Walmart executives said they had no interest in bringing Walmart into the city. the people who sued the city, some of the reasons were because they had farms out here where they bred horses. And after the lights went in, their horses stopped ovulating, so they couldn't breed them anymore, and they had to sell their farms and move on. And I think a lot of the nature is affected by that building, and any huge development will ruin Alachua as far as that goes. And I am not recommending that we sue the city of Alachua again, although you will find my name on that lawsuit back in the day. And I really recommend that the city think before they vote to bring a large development like that into our community again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, Tamara Robbins. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to read again to everyone from the Government and the Sunshine Manual, the 2025 edition. And this is in relation to the, quote, training session that you had the attorney declares that it is not subject to the Sunshine Law. The law is equally applicable to elected and appointed boards and applies to any gathering of two or more members of the same board to discuss some matters which will foreseeably come before that board for action. Noting that a meeting of two or more fellow government officials who are subject to the Sunshine Law are not allowed if any words of any type pertaining to any possible foreseeable issue will be communicated in any way unless they are open to the public to whom reasonable notice has been provided. There are three requirements of a meeting between two or more public officials, elected officials, or appointed board members like the Planning and Zoning Board or any other advisory board. 1, meetings must be open to the public. 2, reasonable notice of such meetings must be given. And 3, minutes of the meeting must be taken and promptly recorded. So I'm going to say that this item is not going to just go away, and I am in no way buying what Attorney Boyce is claiming is that this was a legally held meeting. I'm also very curious, when did Chuck Clemens become so interested in what's going on in the city of Alachua? And Mr. Mayor, just wondering, are you guys new best buds? I don't know why he is here. And he doesn't live here. He doesn't vote here. Most of the people in this room do. And I do take exception with the fact and would like clarification from Attorney Boyce and the conflicts that I believe exist between her and this applicant. They transport together. They ride share together. They chat together. I have not seen legal counsel for this applicant, and Mr. Mayor, I would appreciate if legal counsel for the applicant would identify themselves for the record. And I do believe that it would be in the public interest if Attorney Boyce would provide a letter of no conflict based on her current partnerships with Mr. Diedenbach and NV5 on projects around Alachua County and, for all I know, outside of Alachua County. But the meeting you held on May 21st as a training session was a casual lobbying session. And that session didn't end when that meeting, when you all closed the doors, because it's still been going on.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Umesh Sharma, UMESH, last name SHARMA. Good evening. And last time also I mentioned about the traffic fatality occurred on 235 and 157. And right now the traffic situation is getting more and more aggravated by the more and more development happening and more planned development which is planning to become over here. And I live here. They don't live here. They don't live here. You live here. You represent us. So please hear our voices regarding the fatalities. Means it's one life lost. Means I work in a company. They have zero tolerance for any fatality of any kind in a manufacturing company. Are we looking to fatalities over here? Means one citizen also mentioned about some fatality on 441. What are we doing it for? Means one more statistics. Do we have some duty for our fellows citizens who live in this city with you? And which brings to the question, some people are talking about the development and everything. Development at what cost and for who? Means if somebody wants a mall or some things, there are high rises right next to the mall. There are condos. They move to New York, Manhattan, or business district, Chicago, Houston. Means here, means everybody tells here, its city has a character. I moved here from all this. Several other people also mentioned the same. And we know the cost. It's not tangible, not dollars, not some budget or like 67 million will become 87 million or something like that. But for who? Who you earn your money for your children, for your family. We are your family, please. And regarding the infrastructure, means a lot of development, good, but you build a house, please maintain it. Right near Tony's, there's a bump in the road. I had no idea. City people driving, the staff who's maintaining is driving, traffic several times right over here, trucks and means 441 and 140 Street. The traffic is jamming up. I don't know. Means do we need ears, eyes, shouting, pleading, what else? And plus, I noticed like one gentleman mentioned about the anti-corruption. That is very not nice to if somebody is voicing that concern. It is very disturbing. And so is the thing about the secret meeting. One more gentleman mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, City Attorneys. Thank you. My name is David Basham. I'm a resident of Alachua. A lot of respect for you guys. I've been in your position with the public coming and being very angry and all that stuff. So I understand your all's opinion or your positions. One of the things that really, my wife forced me to come here tonight. To be honest, I don't, you guys make the decision. I live in a democracy. You're elected officials. But she forced me to come here because she has a different opinion. So, but one of the things that kind of bothered me from the last meeting, this 21st meeting, okay, we all know about it now. I think everybody's aware of it. It was talked about and it was answered. We can have all of our opinions. We can read from the thing, but a judge has to decide. So we can all have our opinions on it. We know about it now. Let's get on with it. Is kind of where I'm at on that issue. Let a judge decide if there was something, because your opinion doesn't make a difference. And I've also noticed that in my life, everywhere I've lived, it grows. It does grow. I like that Mr. Fletcher said manage growth. Don't really know about that, but I think that's a good term, and I think that's what we need. So I'm a real estate broker, and I actually was part of on Minnesota Key. I came and I fought for the developers. And, I left Sarasota because I'm from Los Angeles and Sarasota became Los Angeles. And I'd hate to see that here, but, to say we can't have more homes, there's going to be way more people coming to Florida. Millions will come to Florida over the next 10 years. Where are you going to put them? Of course, there's going to be homes. So some of this stuff, just to me seems like nonsense, but I do think smart growth, managed growth is important. And like I said, I love the idea. You know, if for me, if they were putting a Whole Foods here, I'd be like, yeah, maybe half of the people would as well. You know, but there are some that just don't want no growth. I get that too. But growth is coming. It's part of reality. That's what I've learned in life. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Hi. Thanks for being here, everybody. And I just basically have two questions.
Your name?
Oh, sorry, Michelle Bertucci. First, I want to say I totally agree with this gentleman about everything he said about nature. Leaving nature and leaving it alone, leaving our town the way it is. It's very beautiful. I'm from Chicago. We used to laugh. We would have the little red, on your GPS, and it would say traffic is really busy. And in Chicago, when it does that, that means like 20 minutes at the light. Here, it was 3 cars. 3 cars. That's already increased in the 8 years I've been here. I love this small town of Alachua. Thank you for having such a beautiful town. I hope we can keep it this way and keep nature as our priority, not just corporations or big corps. The 2 questions I'd like to present is, has the commissioner received a letter from Ms. Boyce assuring the city that neither she nor any other lawyer associated with her in her private law practice represents the farmlands applicants or RISE partners in the land use and zoning matters currently before the city? And has the commission received a letter from Ms. Boyce advising the city of her business relationship with Mr., and I'm not sure how to say it, is it Diedenbach? And his land use clients, and seeking the city's informed consent for her to continue giving legal advice to the city in the farmlands matter? Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Soria Lindberg. Through public comment, we've heard collaboration starts with growth. Collaboration legislatively is with the people. I sent you an email earlier today. I took an excerpt from another land use attorney who doesn't live around here. His name is Ralph Brooks. I do not know him. I have never talked to him. This is a document available online. And a quote from his document says, "A legislative action can be denied without competent substantial evidence based merely on any legitimate public purpose or concern." I know it can be confusing because when you have all your trainings, the competent substantial evidence is for the quasi. So if people are sworn in, that's when you need evidence. But for legislative items, you can make your decision based on the people. And I know this because it's basically a fool's errand to appeal or sue someone over a legislative decision, because the people elected y'all to represent them in these choices. The danger comes with quasi. So mayor, vice mayor, and commissioners, at the appropriate time, ask you to question the city attorneys. Ask them explicitly, can we include what's in the best interest of the public in our legislative decision? We need this on the record for the people, yourself, and the public. Because we hear different things. I get very defensive about you all if you're being if there's confusion. So I think that's very important to ask the attorneys when at any time you're dealing with a legislative item, can I include what's in the best interest of the public? Someone mentioned the everyday needs, and I was thinking about that. And my everyday needs: food, groceries, lawn care, hardware store. We have all that around, and I'm very grateful for Alachua. I came from Orlando. My husband grew up on a cow farm. He's nostalgic about manure. I don't know why I'm saying this publicly, but Orlando got so crowded and busy, we left. I was looking at houses in Gainesville. My realtor was like, "There's this one house in Alachua," and I was like, "What's that?" The drive down 441 when we hit Tech City and I saw the open fields, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. Our shoulders relaxed. We were just, this is the place. And so I just want to share that collaboration, growth includes the people for legislative decisions. Legislative decisions are very important. And I'm just going to sit here for 10 seconds to make sure. Oh, because they say you have to make your decision on compatibility and compliance. Planning fixes that. Planning approves that. They know it's approvable. What do the people want? And you can see that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Asia Eichmiller. I am a senior citizen and a citizen of Alachua. I'm also a representative of the city senior advisory board. I agree with most everything that everyone has said. I don't want to repeat that. I do want you to keep in mind, though, that one of the greatest needs of our senior citizens is to have safe transportation. And that is going to be a big problem because I just foresee gridlock at the intersection of 441, which reminds me of Archer Road during rush hour. So I would like you to please keep that in mind and work with the Alachua County commissioners. We're going to have a new commissioner shortly, and the Gainesville Transit Authority, and any other forms of transportation that will help people obtain services. A lot of people have to drive into Gainesville to go to specialists, doctors, driver's license, a lot of city services, county services. We don't have a lot here in this area. And that's something that I think we could build on to help with the traffic situation as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, before the next public comment, I'll just put in a reminder discussion generally about development. I understand some of the comments have been directed toward an item on the agenda that we will be hearing. So the items for comment right now are not on the agenda. Anything not on the agenda.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to say, as a lifelong resident of this city, thank you, Natron Curtis. As a lifelong resident of this city, my father before me, a lifelong resident of this city, my grandfather before him, a lifelong resident of this city. I too enjoy trees. I remember riding my bike as a little boy all up and down, all around this city. But in order for a lot of the people who in this room who say they love Alachua and they're enjoying Alachua to be here, some of those trees had to be cut down. And they moved in what they call Alachua now, that they love and enjoy. That's not the Alachua I remember. So as the one, I want to be sure we understand, and as one gentleman said, growth is going to come. So my only thing is how we do it. It matters. But I think we have to come together to talk instead of get you, got you, and pointing the fingers and trying to, in some ways, be divisive. Understand, okay, how can we help? How can we do this in a manner that can make way for others to enjoy the beautiful city we enjoy as well? I do enjoy the fact that my son, who just recently, actually Father's Day, let me know that they're having a new baby. I'm going to be a grandpa. So there's another generation that's going to be born here. And the thing that I love is that my kids don't have to go to Orlando or Atlanta to find a good job, to find a real career. But as I did, and as those before me, from the cradle to a real career, making good money, high-paying jobs. But also, all of them are not going to go to, to college for high-paying jobs. They need other jobs. They can stay right here in the city that they love, in the place that they love. And I want to say welcome to each and every one of you to the beautiful, good life community. And we can keep it that way if we stay together. As you said many times, Mr. Mayor, if we unify ourselves instead of spend so much time trying to divide ourselves or cause division, we can make this place room for everybody. I love the fact that I don't have to go all the way to Gainesville to get everything. I wish I didn't have to go to Gainesville to go to the movies or to do some other things, to find other forms of entertainment. I love Alachua. We can do it. We can do it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Managers. I want to read this letter.
Your name, please.
My name is Gustavo Avalos, Avalos. I would like to read this letter from my coworker who works in Alachua, but she could not be here. And she wants her story to be heard. I started working when I was 14 and a half years old at a fast food restaurant. That job taught me so many valuable skills: time management, teamwork, communication, and the importance of hard work. And I also would like you to see her story through her eyes, through her feelings, through her struggles. I'll continue with her story. I worked my way up with the company, and at 21 years old, I became a single mom to a baby boy. I made too much money to qualify for state assistance, but not enough to comfortably support myself and my son. Every month, I had to decide which bill I could afford to skip. The rotating schedules I worked made childcare difficult and often unaffordable. But the hardest part was knowing that in my current position, my son was never going to have a playset in his own backyard. The dream of owning a home felt completely out of reach. Eventually, I hit rock bottom and moved back in with my parents to try to get my life back in order or on track. One day, my mom brought home a newspaper clipping announcing that a company that is trying to expand in this Alachua, beautiful city of Alachua, was hiring. I decided to take a chance and apply, and I was hired on December 2011. Just 18 months later, in June 2013, I purchased my first home. Thanks to this job. Living at home certainly helped me save money, but gave me something even more valuable: the ability to see a future beyond what I thought my life could be. In July 2013, I welcomed my second baby boy, and I decided I wanted to pursue leadership opportunities in this company. In October 2013, I was promoted from an hourly associate to an area manager. In 2016, I became an operations manager, then an implementation manager, and today I am proud to serve as the assistant general manager without a college degree, right here in Alachua. I purchased my second home in 2020, and I have been able to provide my boys with a life that once seemed unattainable when I look back at the struggling young woman I used to be. My story of growth within this company that once developed or expanding Alachua.
Thank you very much.
Can I finish?
No, thank you. Will there be another?
Y'all, I was binging, listening. We have to hear the end. Mandy Bucci, Main Street Advocate. My story of growth within this company that wants to develop or expand in Alachua. Company's management team started hiring hourly associates. This company creates opportunities for people who are willing to grow and work hard. Today I live in Newberry. My boys are now 17 and 12. I love the small town community we've built, but finding a job for my 17-year-old has been challenging. Sometimes small towns often mean small staffs, limited openings, or needing to know someone to get your foot in the door. Many restaurants prefer employees who are 18 or older because of labor law restrictions. Adding new companies would create jobs for local youth, provide long-term career growth opportunities, and offer access this company offers, like free college programs, free long-term career growth opportunities. These opportunities can challenge and truly change lives, just as they have changed mine. Beyond employment opportunities, this company also invests in the communities it serves through donations and grants, local tax revenue, and partnerships with local businesses. From electrical work to plumbing and other services, this company contracts with local employees and local companies, helping support economic growth throughout the community. I am living proof that a job can be much more than a paycheck. Sometimes it can be the opportunity that changes the entire course of a person's life and her family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I offer my respect to everyone sitting in front of me and around me. I'm really grateful. I've lived in this. Oh, my name is Amanda Howard. um, I've lived in the area since 2010, and I really appreciate so many of the comments made on many sides of this issue. And what comes up for me is the uniqueness of this area. I look at this seal above you and the land and the water and the community here. And I just wonder, can we take the time? We hold all the cards. There's no rush to this. These opportunities for development will be never ending. It does not have to happen now if we're not certain. And at the cost of what if we forget that what's on this seal and in our hearts as a community, and we just rubber stamp another set of businesses that are coming up everywhere around us, then what continues to preserve our uniqueness here? What continues to preserve our connection, our community closeness if we grow too fast? What continues to preserve our water quality, the refreshment that we get from easily hiking in the hammock or swimming in the springs and the river? If we give those things up for some of the current opportunities for development, we'll just see another town lose its individuality. I'm not saying don't develop. I'm saying let's wait until we're sure that an opportunity serves the will of God. Mayor, sir, you made such a beautiful prayer at the beginning. I'd say also, what is the will of God for this land? This land isn't ours. What is the will of God for this land? How can we serve the Lord and each other in this way we make our decisions? Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. If there be no more comments, we'll move to item 3.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorneys. It is a pleasure to be here tonight and hear all the citizens commenting. I've been very pleased. I'm Leanne Williams, Deputy City Clerk. Per the Commissioner's Rules of Procedure, Rule 32, Commission appointments to boards and committees. Members of the City Commission serve on various boards and committees, like the North Central Florida Regional Planning Council and others. Appointments are reviewed and made each year as soon as possible after the election. If there is no nominee or volunteer for a vacancy, the chair will appoint a commissioner to serve. A listing of appointments will be disseminated to the City Commission in advance of the appropriate meeting so that the commissioners can determine his or her interest in serving on various boards and committees. Other boards and committees not listed may be constituted and filled at the Commission's desire. The duties of a commissioner's attending meetings are as follows. to stay informed on issues affecting the community, and foster intergovernmental collaboration. In these roles, commissioners attend meetings, monitor discussions and initiatives, and provide updates to the City Commission regarding matters that may impact the city. While serving as liaisons, commissioners do not act independently on behalf of the city unless specifically authorized, but instead help facilitate communication, strengthen partnerships, and support informed decision making by keeping the commission apprised of developments at the local, regional, and state levels. The purpose of the boards are as follows. Affordable housing. The Alachua County Affordable Housing Advisory Committee is a local board mandated by the state of Florida that advises the county commission on policies, ordinances, and incentives to promote and sustain affordable housing. The Alachua Chamber of Commerce. The Alachua Chamber represents hundreds of businesses and thousands of employees in the North Central Florida region. On behalf of its members, they provide advocacy, business support, economic development, networking, and community impact activities. The mission is to advance the common interest of the business community to promote a vibrant and prosperous economic climate for businesses to thrive. Alachua County League of Cities. The Alachua County League of Cities is a regional chapter of the Florida League of Cities, composed of municipal leaders from Alachua County. The organization serves as a collaborative network for local elected officials, such as mayors and city commissioners, to advocate for municipal self-government and share regional solutions. The Citizen Advisory Task Force. The purpose of the Citizen Advisory Task Force is to serve the City Commission by advising on matters related to community development block grants and housing and urban development programs. Community Redevelopment Agency Advisory Board. The purpose of this board is to provide recommendations to the Community Redevelopment Agency regarding the implementation of plans, events, programs, and projects pertaining to the community redevelopment area. Education Task Force. The purpose of the Education Task Force is to serve in an advisory role to the City Commission by recommending policies, procedures, and suggestions for improving the quality of childhood education in the city, including cooperating with all public, private, and charter schools and the early childhood center that offer preschool, daycare, or Head Start. Elected Officials Group for School Facility Planning. The Elected Officials Group for School Facility Planning in Alachua County is an intergovernmental coalition mandated by the Interlocal Agreement for Public Schools Facility Planning. Florida League of Cities. The Florida League of Cities is the united voice for Florida cities, towns, and villages. A nonpartisan organization, the League advocates on behalf of Florida cities and support local leaders through specialized events, training, and resources. Guided by the principles of local voices making local choices, the organization highlights the vital role citizens and city leaders play in shaping Florida cities. As the government closest to the people, Florida cities are best positioned to address the unique needs of their communities. The Opioid Task Force. The Alachua County Opioid Task Force is a community-driven initiative uniting local government, health, and law enforcement leaders to combat opioid and fentanyl addiction. The task force focuses on countywide awareness, prevention, and resource connection. The Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. The purpose of this board is to serve in an advisory role to the City Commission concerning recreation services, and potential long-range capital improvements, as well as evaluate existing programs, recommend changes and enforcements, and promote and review citizen participation in planning and utilizing city services and facilities. The Senior Resources Advisory Board. The purpose of the Senior Resources Advisory Board is to stimulate and foster the active participation of senior individuals in addressing issues impacting seniors in the community. The Senior Resources Board shall recommend to the City Commission policies, procedures, and philosophies, and serve as advocates for issues and initiatives that positively impact seniors' lives. It shall facilitate community meetings with seniors to discuss issues and suggestions for improvement and assist in planning and implementing various events that benefit seniors in the community. Swanee River Water Management District. The Swanee River Water Management District is a regional government agency responsible for protecting, managing, and sustaining groundwater and surface water resources across a 15-county region in north central Florida. The Youth Advisory Council. The purpose of the Youth Advisory Council is to stimulate and foster the active participation of young individuals in addressing issues impacting the community's youth, ensuring that tomorrow's leaders have input in the local government process today. The Youth Advisory Council shall recommend policies, procedures, and philosophies to the City Commission and serve as advocates for issues and initiatives to positively impact the lives of youth. It shall facilitate community meetings with youth to discuss issues and suggestions for improvement, assist in planning and implementing various events to benefit youth in the community, and promote and recognize youth's abilities, accomplishments, and contributions. The recommended action is for the Commission to discuss these boards and approve the Commission committee assignments.
Do you guys have any questions?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for reading all that.
You are welcome. I'm so glad I didn't make so many mistakes.
Yes. I'm good with our appointments. So are we ready for?
Mr. Mayor, I have a comment. Thank you, Leanne. I really appreciate you taking the time to read that. My only thing is, I think as a commission, we need to have copies of that and have time to look at and review these because, as we know, that most people may retain about 10% of what they hear. And when you compact all of this into this, a lot of that is missed. And so I'm still don't know what the committee assignments are. I don't have a copy of that. I don't know if that's something I was supposed to have. But that's still something I still would like to review is what the committee assignments are and have time to review these different groups.
I hope I'm not speaking out of turn, but I know that the city manager provided all of you with a listing before the last meeting so that you could review it and you could come here with your thoughts and discuss it together. I then prepared this item per Commissioner Fletcher's request, and it has been in your packet for your review. So you have had it for review. I don't mean to,
Mr. Mayor.
I hope I'm not being rude.
Mr. Mayor, I think another, and this may be on the line of the same thing, is so when we look at the Swanee River Water Management District, so that I believe is a 9-person board position appointed by the governor, and I don't think the governor is appointing me to this board. So what does it mean when we're saying the Swanee River Water Management District? And is it just I'm being asked to attend their meetings and report back what they're saying?
Commissioner Fletcher, the boards that are outside of the city are not boards that any staff has anything to do with. We have no information for you. The only thing I know is that a staff member sent your list to the county, who contacted you and to let you know about the boards, and this particular information you're asking about was from the county. They would have told you when the dates were, where to go, of whatever boards that you were appointed to. I'm sure they contacted you last year. And Commissioner Umis, y'all haven't approved this yet, but I do know that they've already asked for the list. So, and it's not in my department. So I just, things that I know.
Mr. Mayor, just to clarify, these are boards that this board goes, they attend, they listen to those public meetings, they return back here, provide updates to all those information about water quality, what's being done at the state level and Swanee River water management level. And so these assignments have been given to all of y'all for the last year. The new seat is Jackson. So Jackson came in at seat 3. The existing assignments for seat 3 has been allocated to Mr. Commissioner Umis. And now's the time if he wants to shift, to discuss, to trade. But these assignments have been set for the past year. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, thank you, City Attorney, for that. City Manager, for that information. Again, I think there's somewhere is a breakdown in communication, and that's where things are falling apart. If things can be communicated a little bit better, that would help. Because again, some people have more time to spend at the city, some people don't. When we talk about the commission, some of us have other things happening. So when you say assigning assignments, the more time that we that have other obligations have to look at if we can do this, if it's like 2:00 in the afternoon on a Wednesday, that's something we can look at and say, okay, well, I'm not available on Wednesdays at 2:00. Maybe I can look at switching this appointment with someone else, but we're not having that opportunity to do that. And one of the pieces is that we have to work on getting the agenda out at an earlier time and not Thursdays, at close of business type deal. And that's something that we can have conversations about later. But these are the pieces that we need to look at when we talk about communication. And it keeps being the same theme when it comes to other things that we've talked about, sending out communications and communicating about certain things that the city is doing or not doing or whatever the case may be. So
the only thing I know about that, Commissioner Umis, is from the past, from what I know from the past, that the city manager, whoever it was, presented the listing to the commissioners and they discussed it one-on-one. I know that. And if a commissioner wanted to change, then the city manager approached the other commissioners about changing boards. So I know he gave you the list.
Mr. Mayor, one of the second days that I spent here at the city, I specifically asked, hey, are there any committee assignments or anything that we should be doing? The first response I got was no. Then I got, well, no, maybe. Then it was like, well, I have to look and see if other commissioners may want to take these appointments, But I've never sat down with the city manager and we went over these different committees and we talked about what committees that I would like to be on or any other commissioner or anything like that. And I'm not trying to throw you under the bus, Mr. City Manager. I'm just being real about, again, going back to the level of communication. And then we find ourselves in these places to where the information is not given to be able to make the most informed decision.
Okay.
All right. Is there any more questions? If not,
So, Mayor, one quick question.
go ahead.
For the assignments that we do have here, is there something that you are saying that you would want to switch, or you're unaware of your assignments?
I don't see them on my computer. They're not coming up for whatever reason. So I don't know.
We'll let the city manager,
Mr. Mayor, I'll be more than happy to sit with Commissioner Umis to go over the committee assignments. This is not the first time this item's been presented. This is the second time it's been presented, and all the materials provided before. And so if we want, we can have it delayed again, and we can go through the committee assignments in detail with Commissioner Umis.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to add that for city manager, when this item was presented at the last meeting, Jackson did mention to me that he was interested in the opioid task force if he could switch. And I told him to bring that up to you at the city meeting. You and I discussed that you wanted to be on this because you work for CVS in pharmacy. And I said, please get with Ms. Rodolfo.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Now is the time to have those discussions. If there is a seat that you want to switch, now is the time to have this discussion in public.
Mr. Mayor, Jackson, do you want to switch?
I was trying to figure out
Well,
just.
I'm on alternate on that. If you want an alternate,
Hold on, y'all address me, please. We just
there's an
clashing.
alternate. I'm sitting on, Mr. Mayor.
That is what I had recommended, Mayor. I just didn't know what he would want to switch with you, so I had said to get with the city manager on that.
Yeah, so I guess the decision would be up to Commissioner Jackson, Mr. Mayor, if he wants to be an alternate, or if Commissioner Ringerson would want to switch with the primary on that commission, Mr. Mayor.
I don't.
Mr. Mayor, thanks to Commissioner Fletcher. I will accept that. I will be the alternate on that, and so that we can move forward with this. In the future, if we got to have the best possible communication, and I will work on that, getting with the city manager more, and getting that communication done so that I can have understanding of stuff. Because again, I wasn't here a year ago. And so a lot of training, a lot of things have been happening just in the last 2 months. I've been here 2 months. We've only had a certain amount of meetings. And so I'm trying to get all of this down. So I need a little bit extra help and support in making sure that I can make these informed decisions. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Commissioner Jackson, I would take one of those alternates off of your plate, but I think you're an alternate for me on everything.
Mr. Mayor, that is why I think same thing when I looked at it for maybe for you to get with the city manager, and then you guys kind of figure how we could move some of these around if that pleases Jackson.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Commissioner Jackson, if you need more time, why don't you take more time and look at the committees?
Mr. Mayor, thanks to Commissioner Brown. That would be great if we can do that. I would be more comfortable with taking on assignments.
I would be fine with that.
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, if we do want to just delay this again, I do ask while we're taking that time, if the city manager can compile the meeting times, the standard meeting times of these meetings, so that when we have this conversation again, we already know how our own schedule is and how they may impact with these, and we can work with our alternates on how we may schedule our own time to make sure that we're having our maximum presence at these meetings.
Mr. Mayor, let me say this. It may be a challenge because oftentimes when you attend these meetings, the dates are changed and changed and changed. So our city manager may not have that information.
Thank you.
All righty. Is there any more questions?
Mayor, I'm just going to add that if there is any shuffle, I'd love to, as I'm getting older, I would love to be a part of the senior advisory board if anybody wants to switch with that. I'm sorry. I just going to throw it out there. If there's some shuffling around, Parks and Rec would be my other one. I would take Parks and Recs over the senior advisory, but I would love to move around in that if that's what when we meet next time.
Mr. Mayor, just so that the city manager may be aware, because I believe I'm sitting as alternate on the senior advisory. If that's something Commissioner Brown does, I mean, not Commissioner Brown, Commissioner Ringerson desires, Mr. Mayor, I'd be open to moving that around for her.
Right, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I just say one more thing?
Go ahead.
I don't know if you all are aware, because most of you are so new. There is on the agenda, there is the place that says committee reports. When you go to these meetings, you can type up a report, submit it, we'll create an item for you, and then you can present it to the commission. We have learned wonderful things from the North Regional Planning Commission and the Swanee River when commissioners came back with their reports. So that is a wonderful option for you.
Right. Thank you for that.
I was just
Okay.
going to ask Mr. Mayor, for the city attorney, do we need to make a motion to table this to date certain, or do we let it fizzle out? What do we need to do here?
You don't need necessarily a motion because there hasn't been any action yet. We'll just your staff's been instructed to place it on the next agenda.
My question, Mr. Mayor, then is for the city manager is, we're on the same page with the commission?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you
Mr.
so
Mayor.
very much. At this time, before we get to item 4, I have to give the gavel back up. Some of you may be glad, and I'm going to give the gavel back up to continue with item 4.
I guess this would be a question of privilege, Mr. Mayor. For the court reporter, do they need a break, is my question, before we get started on this
Y'all
item?
need a break? Yeah, I was waiting for you to give me a signal. And since you didn't, I was up to me. Okay, all right. You can. All right, I'm gonna pass the gavel for this section. She, Vice Mayor, will probably call that break.
Carson, I believe before we get started, we're going to go over the rules again.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Just to remind the commission where we left off in the public, at the conclusion of the first part of the hearing, we concluded with, or we finished the presentations. We concluded public comment. There's a motion that was placed on the floor that was seconded. Then we had public comment. That was concluded. We are now at the point of the applicants, if there's any rebuttal and closing discussion or any further comments from staff, then it'll come back to the board for deliberation and your final vote. And before we get to that, when you get to the point of deliberation, I wanted to remind the commission of the standards that apply in a comprehensive plan amendment. This is a small scale amendment, and it's governed by Chapter 163.3177, which sets forth that one hearing is required. I know there were some people that asked me that question before we convened this evening, and that's what the statute says. I don't write the law. I just try to help you understand it. The Growth Management Act provides that the commission's decision on a future land use map amendment, which is what this is, will be based on relevant and appropriate data and an analysis by the local government, which is your staff report. And that analysis may include, but not be limited to, surveys, studies, community goals and vision, and other data available at the time of adoption of the comprehensive plan amendment. As to the question, I believe, concerning, I'm not going to remember the exact words, but basically public interest or public sentiments expressed during public comment, the general rule is that if public testimony and comment is lay testimony, but it's fact-based, it's appropriate to be considered as data. If it's generalized fears, generalized concerns, that's not going to be most likely held to be competent, or not competent, but best available data and analysis. And that's for you to decide as the fact finder here this evening, not us lawyers. Anyway, so that's the data and analysis prong. The decision also to be defensible and sound, and that's my job, is to help you make a decision whether you vote yes or no. Doesn't matter to me. The second prong you need to think about is whether the proposed map amendment is consistent with the relevant portions of your comprehensive plan. And it's important that you consider the comprehensive plan as a whole. I think we talked about this last time. You don't cherry pick out of the comp plan or a particular policy or element. You have to consider it on balance. And the third piece is whether the map amendment is in compliance, as that term is defined in the Growth Management Act. And in compliance not only contemplates the best available data and analysis that we just talked about, but also does it create internal inconsistencies in your plan? Does it further the goals, policies, and objectives that you've adopted? So I wanted to give you that outline. It's also important to understand that the commission understand that the courts will pay deference to your decision in a legislative matter. But on the other hand, your discretion in legislative matters may not be exercised in an arbitrary manner. That's where local governments get into problems. For instance, the commission may not decide the application before you based on any specifically identified theoretical end user. If the commission, and I'm reading out of a case, Porpoise Point Partnership v. St. Johns County, if the commission insists on considering the owner's specific use of a parcel of land, that constitutes direct government control of the actual use of each parcel of land, which is inconsistent with constitutionally guaranteed private property rights. So I needed to give you that legal advice as you contemplate the comments that you received at the last session. Now, on to the next topic. Florida law does allow members of the public to record audio and video of any public meeting, including this hearing, but those recordings may not be disruptive. And the commission is entitled to impose reasonable regulations on time, place, and manner of First Amendment activities such as recording. So at this point, at no time may anybody record, interfere with, or obstruct other members of the public in attendance, nor interfere with the commission's proceedings or cross over into what we call tortious conduct. That would be civil assault, stalking people around the chambers, things like that. We can't have that. That's intimidating and chilling to other people's rights to be in your chamber and approach you. So we're going to try this rule tonight where recordings must be made from your seat or in the designated areas. And I think we have to have a little more discussion with the fire marshal as to our aisles and how we can do that. But generally speaking, if you're back over here in front of those two doors, away from the screen, so you're not interfering with the screen, that's one designated area. And I'm not sure about this one, but for tonight it's okay. We'll talk about it further. I do have a background in journalism. I have a master's degree, and I was a newspaper reporter for 10 years, so I'm fully familiar with the rights of the press, and printer's ink still runs in my blood. So with that, if there are any questions, if you have any questions about the designated area as you're filming, please see the officers in the back, and they'll be happy to assist you. Thank you.
Ms. Vice Mayor, I do have a question regarding what was just discussed.
Go ahead.
For the land use attorney, is that their legal opinion?
Regarding what?
The comments that were just made, Vice Mayor.
Of course. Okay. Absolutely.
Just want to clarify.
Based on the statutes, the Growth Management Act, and the case law.
Okay. Carson?
All right. Madam Vice Chair, before we turn it back over to the applicant, I just wanted to remind you all the motion that is on the floor, if I could read that. I move that based upon the presentation before this commission and staff's recommendation, This commission find the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment for JTFA LLC to be consistent with the City of Alachua Comprehensive Plan and adopt Ordinance 26-09 upon first and final reading pursuant to Chapter 163.3187 Florida statutes. That is the motion on the floor.
Ms. Vice Mayor, I guess I got a procedural question for this. On it, we went motion, well, staff presentation, applicant presentation, motion, public comment, and it comes back to us on that. Is there a requirement in our process for applicant rebuttals? Is that actually listed, or I guess that would be directed for staff to clarify within our LDRs?
Madam Vice Mayor, I may have forgotten to mention my name before, Carson J. Crockett for the record. Yes, there is a provision in section 2.3 of our code for the applicant to respond.
Mr. Mayor, due
May they
process would require it as well.
May I get that section again from Carson?
Section 2.3 of the city's land development regulations, subpart B of the city's code of ordinances.
Get that, Jacob?
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Dienenbach, you're up.
Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the Commission, Mr. City Manager, Madam Attorneys. My name is Jerry Diedenbach of NV5, and I am an AICP certified planner and also a LEED accredited professional. I am before you today to conduct what I would call the second half of our recessed hearing. Prior to doing so, I'm going to give the manager, and I've already given Leanne, their deputy clerk, a copy of the resumes of those participating, and we have an additional individual here tonight who has reviewed hazardous materials and information according to records related to the former Alachua County landfill. So I'll hand this material out. That's a new matter.
Oh, that's not allowed.
That's not allowed.
You get a copy?
No. That's not allowed. It's a new matter. That's not allowed. This is rebuttal.
I guess a point of information on this are, like, how are we doing this? Because if we're allowing rebuttal on a due process on this, Vice Mayor, there's a question on now where we gave time and now there's introduction of new evidence, it seems like. That was allowed because there was a continuation on that. So my question, I guess, for the city attorney here is, how are we navigating that on allowing to introduce more information into this?
Your code provides for the applicant to be able to rebut, regardless of the information that is presented. So let's say that there hadn't been a continuance. The applicant is able to present additional information in their rebuttal to rebut arguments that are made after their initial presentation. So that is permitted. That's permitted under due process. It is the applicant's due process right to be able to provide these materials, and they would be able to do so regardless of the continuance. So does that clarify? Does that answer the question?
Yeah, it's clear. It doesn't seem right.
Reminder, guys, we're not going to start yelling from the audience. Let's be respectful.
So I will address Mr. Mayor through the Vice Mayor since she has the chair here. The materials that are being passed down the dais right now are slides that were in the presentation that was presented to you all on the 8th. And in an interest of ensuring that we adequately covered, both out of respect to you as the commission and to the audience, the volume of questions. If you remember that evening, I took about 12 pages of notes. So what you have before you here are pages that came from the presentation, and I have placed that in an order such that we can address the questions that came forward from citizens as they related to the application materials. So this material is not new to you. It is material that was contained in the PowerPoint slideshow that was presented to you and now placed in a format that addresses by subject matter the following topics. There were questions about future land use. There were questions about transportation, housing, community facilities, conservation and open space, and then items came forward that talked about economics. So if you open this landscape format document here, you will see the summary form that was in our PowerPoint, and then the final slide that showed your staff's recommendation for approval, as well as the approval recommendation from your Planning and Zoning Board. The next page that has the color table on the left-hand side is our staff's collation of the questions that came forward that evening. And so as not to omit any individual or call individuals by name, we grouped these by future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, conservation and open space, and the economic element. So we are not offering rebuttal. What we are offering is clarifications to questions that we heard on the night of the 8th. More specifically, what we have done also is taken those portions of your staff report and our presentation and concisely put them on pages so that you could see in front of you the slides that were before you on the 8th, and then answers to questions that came forward that evening through multiple hours of citizen comment. So, by example, this sheet that has the future land use outlined in yellow and then has future land use element to the right. These are the exact policies that were quoted not only in your staff report, but were in our PowerPoint presentation on the 8th. We summarized answers to questions that came forward and concerns that were expressed that evening in the following manner. The properties that are subject to this application already have urban land use designations, which was stated on the 8th. There's community commercial, moderate density residential, and low density residential upon the property. The site is operated as a commercial tree farm in the city of Alachua, so it is an active agricultural use. The small scale comprehensive plan amendment is 33.31 acres, which represents less than 1%, or precisely 0.1425% of the entire city. The urban land use areas are effectively being exchanged within the project boundary. There were questions and there were assertions coming forward that this will be 60 acres of development. This will be 60 acres of change. In fact, when we look at this, this represents a 33.31 acre land use shift here. That's important because as these urban land uses that are already on the future land use map are exchanged or redistributed, they create greater consistency with the elements of the comprehensive plan. And our plans are interlinked. Transportation relates to future land use. Housing relates to future land use and transportation. And that's why I made this little circle here, because they are interrelated decisions here. We also stated that a logical nexus exists in the land use amendment because there is commercial land to the east, to the west, and to the north on the other side of 441. So I am reiterating facts that were stated, but offering a conclusory sort of understanding of why this amendment has the form that it does, and it's a small scale amendment. What it's doing is it's concentrating the commercial land use, instead of being a strip development pattern along US 441, to a centralized master planned community form. And in so doing that, it achieves greater consistency with the city's comprehensive plan because there are policies in the comprehensive plan that discourage sprawl development, that focus on the creation of mixed-use development as opposed to homogeneous residential development. So by moving the colors on the map into a concise form that is then regulated through specific zoning mechanisms of plan development, residential, and plan development commercial, it achieves a better outcome than what happens if the map stays the way it is. Because I would like to state an important consideration here in the state of Florida and in our great states of the United States of America. Land has land use and it has zoning. There are inherent rights with properties. And while we realize the patterns on the map reflect where things go and how intense they are, getting them to the proper orientation or configuration so as to best align with the comprehensive plan's written text is often the subject of land use map amendments. This amendment, in fact, discourages urban sprawl by reorienting the elements of the future land use map within a unified project site. So if you look at the page that we had in our PowerPoint on the 8th, we have tables in here that show the existing future land use map and arrows how the reorientation of the community, commercial, and commercial concentrate that into a core mixed-use type community. This is very important because this is also underscoring the fact that piecemeal development along a corridor without master planning does not carry forward with it the elements of community quality of life. Things such as conversion of the rail trail along the southern portion of the property, interlinking transportation enhancements and all to the overall project. When you do it as a master plan project, you include things like a traffic signal, acceleration and deceleration lanes, and coordination of the entire 441 corridor as a component of the project. In other words, at the bottom of the page here, this shows the existing commercial at the intersection of 188th and US 441, the community commercial band highlighted in yellow, and then the eastern portion of the project that is 19.5 acres, or 59 acres, as community commercial. In an unintended non-master plan format, that development would take a linear development pattern along the 441 corridor. Another way to state that is a single large retailer could exist at the eastern portion of the project on the 19.59 acres. Strip development could exist in the community commercial development along US 441, and the corner is not a part of the project, so that could come forward, and all of those could come forward as site plans. We are here taking a path that has garnered a lot of interest, a lot of criticism, and a lot of complaint, because what we're trying to do is actually something a higher standard than strip development along the 441 corridor. And our application brings forward with it several components that are more beneficial to the city than leaving the map the way it is. I will state that in yet a different way. There is adequate commercial and community commercial land use out there to sustain the project, but it is not in a spatial form. It is a linear strip, and we do not want to create a linear strip development pattern because that is less consistent with the comprehensive plan than the comprehensive plan's goals as they relate to future land use. The next page, where the bubble is highlighted here for transportation, there were multiple questions that came forward, and I'll refer back to my table here. Traffic and roadway infrastructure, traffic and infrastructure capacity, traffic overpopulation and the environment, traffic congestion, traffic and commercial development, traffic safety, traffic and lighting, and level of service, and then what about stormwater and traffic? In our documents that we prepared as our application, and as staff professionally reviewed, They found 4 policies in the comprehensive plan that this application is consistent with. It retains a very important component too. When Mr. Swager did the original project and it was a residential subdivision, those commitments not to access 188th Street remain in place. This project also connects dedicated interconnectivity at a vehicular level, east-west across the project site, to additional properties for their future interconnection to roads, sidewalks, water, sewer, electric, and all utilities. And it also brings forward, because it's a master plan project, non-motorized connections. So those sidewalks within the project that interconnect as well as externally connect are part of this project because it's master planned. The sidewalks along US Highway 441 are a part of a unified development plan. And because we are approaching this as a singular project, we have taken that effort to go to the Florida Department of Transportation and do 2 things. Number 1 is design a signal that will be at this intersection that will also be in common with the Briarwood Town Center to the north, on the north side of US 441. That will come with dedicated acceleration and deceleration lanes, protected turning movements, and pedestrian crossings. There were questions that came forward on the 8th about the speed of the facility and crossing safely. I can tell you, having been a transportation planner for a dozen years prior to practicing in a broader sense of general land use as well as development-related services, that the first steps in lowering speeds on a state highway or a U.S. federal highway are the inclusion of intersections and signal control. So in order to get those speeds down from 65 to 55 to 45 to 35, when you have a perfectly straight road that does not have hills or other confining curves that would limit sight distance, is the urbanization of that road. Florida Department of Transportation looks at our roadway systems as urban, urban transitioning, rural, rural transitioning, and rural. And so what this project brings forward in the form of a traffic signal and acceleration and deceleration lanes, as well as a signal timing study down the entire corridor of all the signals in the city of Alachua, is a first step toward safety. If we go back to piecemeal development, those things go away. Those elements are part of the coordinated design review, and this project has definitive transportation enhancements along the corridor. The transportation system management aspect of the signal coordination and the addition of the signal benefit the city, the county, and the region as a whole. The internal sidewalk system, with its connections both between the neighborhood as well as shopping areas and then to abutting parcels, builds that framework and network in the city of Alachua. I know that change is a very difficult thing to proctor. However, when we look at the benefits of we leverage what's on the map and lift it to a higher state, we are doing the service that creates a better community. If we stick with the status quo, we only get the same results that people are angry about today. And I know that that's tough to state, but saying no to one thing is saying yes to something else. So we didn't have to take this route, but we chose this route because it produces a better piece of urban development inside the city limits of a community that has existing water and sewer services, that already has urban land uses on the map, because we want to create a better area. The work that Mr. Snyder, our traffic engineer, Brian, has done has definitively shown that with the inclusion of a signal and signal timing, this project can come forward and it will actually lower some of the level of service timings along the corridor because it's happening in a coordinated manner. I'll say that in a different way. If you approve this project and the enhancements happen to the US Highway 441 corridor, level of service will not continuously go up. It extends the life cycle of the road by bringing in acceleration lanes, deceleration lanes, turn lanes, coordinated timing, and signal activity along the corridor. That is a benefit of master plan development.
Point of information for the city attorney on that. The statement that was just said that if we approve this now, this will happen. Is that like legally in this agreement here? That if we approve this legislative hearing, that this zone timing and road will be happening?
So what you're all that you're approving with this, and I just want to make sure that we are clear. All that you're approving with this is the land use change. Now, what it will take to develop after the land use change is what's being spoken to. But your approval today does not
guarantee
that FDOT is going to do any particular thing, and I believe that Mr. Deepak would agree with that guarantee.
What I would say, Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, through the chair, yes. What I would say is that you have before you companion applications. One does not stand without the other, and this has been brought forward as a small-scale land use amendment with a companion plan development commercial and plan development residential zoning. Without the two, there is no application. Your guarantee that those things will happen, though they have been negotiated already, they have been formalized with the Florida Department of Transportation, they will come forward in lockstep because you don't do this land use without the zoning and the related site plan. They are inextricably linked. If one goes away, they all go away, but they must come forward together.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, my question still stands. Is that an accurate assessment of where we're at if we approve this? Like that's in the writing on these things?
So when you say this, I want to make sure that we're being clear.
Well, the promise that our traffic is going to get fixed because of a deal the applicant has with FDOT.
The agreements with FDOT, the information that's being discussed about FDOT is part of the application packet. So both of them together, but it's the land use is separate from that.
Okay.
Does that?
And if on the second one we make an alteration to that because we decide that whatever reason it may be incompatible with a certain element and we may have to make modifications to that, does that agreement still stand within that? Or is that something that would have to again be renegotiated with the applicant?
I don't understand. If you renegotiate, does the agreement stand? I don't know.
Because you can approve things with modifications, right? So my question is if there's a modification made to the agreement that we approve, does that still stand?
I'm not really sure. I mean, it would be a hypothetical question.
Because I just want to make sure we as commissioners, we're being promised something, but if we're going to be promised something and we're going to take an action on a promise, I want that in writing, but I'm not seeing it in writing on this, and I'm just trying to get clarification that it is in writing if that decision is made.
And what I'm saying to you is what is being presented right now, what you're voting on is the land use change, which is legislative. If you approve this and then you get to the zoning change, all of that is written out in the zoning change ordinance agreement, plan development, all of that information is in there. I can't speak to if you change this, then what, because I certainly don't know what the applicant's position on any hypothetical change would be. Whether that's still within what the hypothetical change, whether it would be in accordance with our zoning, whether it would be in accordance with our other ordinances. Without knowing what the change is, I can't tell you if that would change the agreement. Okay. But what I can tell you is it's in the zoning piece what you're talking about, that discussion and those assurances.
All right, thank you.
Yes, and Madam Vice Mayor and Madam Chair right now, I would agree with that. The land use is a map amendment. It does not contain text, but it is inextricably tied to a zoning that has ordinances. Those ordinances, not only in the form of the graphical master plan, but the conditions of the ordinance bind those elements into the project. And so have a holistic program in front of you. That's why it is being presented as such. So they're tied there.
Madam Vice Mayor, put another way to amplify what the city attorney was saying. If you adopt land use, but you don't adopt implementing zoning, the land use is somewhat hollow. If you adopt the implementing zoning in a way that doesn't comply with concurrency or meets DOT requirements, then you're back to the drawing board, and you can't build anything based on just land use. Does that make sense?
Okay, Ms. Vice Mayor, thank you. Ms. Boyce, is that best? Because I know we call, Madam City Attorney. I just want to make sure I'm being respectful here. Okay, that makes more sense. But again, if we do the zoning, then they would have to come back with an application that fits with what the land has been zoned for.
You can this is a PD, so you can condition a PD. You cannot condition straight zoning, right? So the PD allows you the opportunity to look for that assurance if and when you get to that application this evening.
All right. Thank you for clarifying the law on this.
And then the other thing I wanted to mention too, the material that's offered concerning the zoning can be considered by the commission as data and analysis. You're not approving the zoning in the context of this land use vote, but it is legitimately data and analysis. If there's some particular issue like traffic that you want to pull more information out about, you can rely on that as well.
All right. Carry on? Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, as I was just stating, at the bottom of this page here, this has the transportation bubble illuminated at the top, and this is the map that we showed you during the course of the June 8th meeting. There was one segment of US 441 that was identified to go to a level of service F by the year 2035. The material that you have in front of you, when Mr. Snyder, our traffic engineer, who is a licensed professional engineer who practices in the state of Florida, is a former NV5 employee, and Brian has started his own corporation now. He has done signal timings according to an accepted methodology with the Florida Department of Transportation, because it is their jurisdictional road, as well as with the city of Alachua when he did his studies. And we can point out that even with the project at full build out, the level of service for the average daily comparison drops by about a second in that range. So it goes from 59.2 to 58.9. So even with all the new development proposed with the homes and the actual non-residential component, that the level of service does not go off the chart. It actually drops down because you're coordinating all the signals. And more importantly, you're adding acceleration and deceleration and turn lanes to the corridor. So that builds capacity by getting cars out of the through movement so that the level of service, which is largely held in a timing base, volume to capacity type ratio, is maintained over time. So that helps. Nextly, with the bubble highlighted for housing here, the data and analysis that was presented before you, your city staff identified policies 1.1A and 1.1I of the housing element. And the existing project, there was a comment made during the course of the public hearing that how is there any guarantee that the housing element is coming forward? Is the neighborhood actually going to happen or not? Or are they just going to focus on the commercial? Well, in fact, Mr. Sergio Reyes and Clay in their office at EDA, they are working and they already had a preliminary plat. That preliminary plat would require modification, but they're moving forward also on phase one plans. So the project is in fact coming forward as a mixed use project, because there was a comment we heard, are they going to forget about the neighborhood and just do the commercial? Well, the answer is no. And the data that we relied on, being the best available data out there, was the US Census Bureau, the Bureau of Economic and Business Research at the University of Florida, the Florida Housing Coalition, and then modernizing some of that data with Zillow. So that was used to put forward the community need aspect in our application, and your staff utilized that in their professional review. In this project, there are a variety of residential lot sizes, and all of the commitments that Mr. Swager's office had put forward about lot sizes along the edges of the property, which again are not a part of the land use, but are a part of the adopted zoning, are being upheld, just as the access to 188th is only emergency ingress and egress. The interconnected sidewalks and trails are part of both your future land use element and this element because it promotes a non-motorized way to get around the community and interconnect to future neighborhoods as well as along the 441 corridor. There will be effectively internal parallel access roads to 441 in lieu of the picture that I showed you in the second page, which was a by right scenario where properties are developed in what we would call a piecemeal fashion with every different person coming in to get an access to 441. This project, as a master planned area, would have a parallel access road that parallels 441 from the west side of the project all the way over to where the land terminates toward Santa Fe Ford, thereby keeping that commercial traffic internal to the development. And when you turn off of 441, we like to call it a either park once or access once mode, and then you can access the things inside the development, whether it's residential or non-residential, and you're not further belaboring the 441 corridor because you've, once again, pulled that traffic internal to a project. And that's also called internal capture on the project.
Somebody's lying. I hope you see the light and don't allow this to be ridiculously added. They've had enough. They've had enough development.
Mr. Hunt, you have to leave, please.
So the data and analysis that we are presenting comes from actual computer modeling that is occurring in concert with this as the addition of non-residential development and development of a residential form is put on this property. Nextly, there were a lot of comments and questions about community facilities, and that relates to water, wastewater, stormwater management, and water infrastructure. As a part of this project, I learned that there are water lines. There is a water line that serves the western portion of this property on 188th, and there's water on 441, excepting the connection point in front of this project. This will conclude that loop. There was discussion about being permitted and regulated, about groundwater aquifer recharge, stormwater management, the Floridan aquifer, and the condition today versus the proposed condition in the future. We have to remind ourselves that this is a commercial agricultural tree farm. As such, it extracts water from the Floridan aquifer to water those trees to bring them to market. There is no stormwater management system out there today. You have land with trees and irrigation systems on there. The purpose of that land is to commercially grow horticultural elements that are taken elsewhere and planted. So we are not talking about a greenfield development. We're talking about an agricultural production facility. As a master planned community, we have stormwater basins that will collect the runoff from roads, parking, roofs, sidewalks, driveways, and other impervious surfaces and channelize them into basins that are engineered, permitted, and of course designed in concert with the Water Management District and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. So those waters that leave a roof and hit a sidewalk and hit a parking lot and then a road will be collected in areas. Pre-treatment will happen because people throw things on the ground. You want to catch straw wrappers and lids from cups and things of that nature. That happens everywhere in our environment, in our cities. But this will be far more regulated than the way the land exists today, because those basins will be effectively the receptors to gather, clean, and percolate that water as it migrates down into the Floridan. And there are very large basins planned in here. That is one of the reasons why this land use map amendment reflects a large area. A very large majority of that land use that's being brought down into that core is in fact basins. And working with planning staff, they asked us to bring that community commercial forum that's along the frontage of US Highway 441 down into the project to wrap the commercial land to create what we would call as a transitional density buffer, because we'll have a core commercial area, then community commercial. There will be stormwater basins in the central area as well as on the west side of the property. Again, this is detail that you don't see at the land use level, but those areas are not completely saturated or filled with commercial development. So the assertion that we were discussing, and we heard a lot of, is that this is 60 acres of commercial happening. Yes, there is 60 acres of commercial on the map, but it's not being fully utilized or realized. It's being realized in a very small format where there's 450,000 square feet of commercial over the entirety of the project, as opposed to it all being commercial. So it is further limited, or what I would say throttled and governed by the zoning component that's here. And that's how Mr. Snyder and the Florida Department of Transportation also looked at the traffic in here. So in summary, those community facility elements, this land already has urban land use designations on it of commercial, community commercial, moderate density residential, and low density residential. There is already potable water and sanitary sewer available to serve the project, and it wraps from the south and up the west side on 198th, and it comes out along 441. Where it doesn't exist is in front of this project, and this project will complete that loop around that area. The project is not urban sprawl because it is actually served by water and sewer and already has urban land uses on it. And it will result in a higher environmental and stormwater regulation and monitoring program than what's happening today. Plain and simple, the subdivision component and the residential, as well as the commercial, will all be under unified permits with the Water Management District, the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and of course the City of Alachua. Your zoning law will become the law of the land here. There were questions that came forward about the former Alachua County landfill to the south of this property. So after that meeting, and it was very late at night, we were in the midnight hour, we consulted with additional engineers to talk about groundwater concern, and they're going to talk to you in just a moment. This project, I can tell you, does not create a concern with the former landfill. And they have some very specific data that they want to talk to you about when the landfill was there, when the landfill was closed, how many cubic yards of soil were removed from that landfill, and how the water actually transfers in this area. And so once again, in looking at the community facilities element, in summary, the master plan project can coexist and also complement the city of Alachua, not only from an ecological or environmental perspective, but it offers things that the downtown doesn't, and doesn't destroy the downtown fabric or the ability of the downtown to have those nuanced opportunities at a small scale. The two can live together. Now, as we get to conservation and open space, there were numerous questions in conservation and open space that, if I refer back to the chart here, the environment and water, water and the Floridan aquifer, water and contamination, environmental impacts, and environment and geology. I was just telling you that this project has a unified stormwater plan with tighter controls through the Water Management District, and it creates dedicated interconnection so that all these roads and all these impervious surfaces will be collected and dealt with in a manner that is within the law of the city of Alachua, within the laws of the region of North Central Florida through the Water Management District, and then the state's Department of Environmental Protection. We have geotech that's been performed on this property where 60 borings, 6 borings were done at various levels by the engineers from UES, the gentleman in the front row here in the blue shirts. There is no evidence of floodplains, sinkholes, ecological or environmental concerns on the property. And I'm going to have them come up and talk about that in just a second. The water consumption of the proposed project is vastly less than what is happening in a current agricultural production state on that property, because houses, they have sinks, they have commodes, they have showers, dishwashers, and washing machines. That's a whole different component, significantly smaller than mass irrigation systems. The stormwater management facilities, as I stated, will be permitted, and best management practices, or BMPs, will be employed on this property to ensure adequate, safe, and thorough aquifer recharge. And there was a comment that came forward about a Superfund site. If you recall, it was late that evening, there was a comment about a Superfund site. Mr. Swager and I were here looking. There is one Superfund site in Alachua County, the Coppers Cabot site on North Main Street and 23rd Avenue. There are no Superfund sites beside that in Alachua County, and there is no evidence of the Alachua County former landfill affecting the property. So, Mr. Wacha, would you like to talk specific to this map that's at the bottom here for the commissioners to answer questions that came forward on the 8th?
Okay. Good evening.
There's no questions right now. We're having a presentation.
Good evening. I'm Randy Waka, WACHA. I work with UES Professional Solutions. And as Mr. Diedenbach mentioned, after the previous meeting, they contacted us to look further into the concerns about the former Alachua County landfill. The landfill operated from 1972 to 1983. They stopped receiving waste at that time. In the early 1990s, they did some contamination assessment plans out there that included installing monitoring wells, potable well surveys, soil sampling in the area of concern where they found EDB in the groundwater. That area was strictly limited to the southwest portion of the former landfill area. You can see the soil study area in that image that Mr. Diedenbach referenced. Based on that information, they installed monitoring wells, sampled private wells between the landfill site and the proposed development site. Monitor wells closest to the development site were sampled in the early 90s up until 2013-ish. Because of the low-level detections, no detections of contaminants in those wells, they eliminated them from the sampling plan. The next set of wells closer to the landfill, further away from the development site, that they are currently sampling are all below the detection limits for the contaminants of concern. So with that, and based on the groundwater flow direction, we don't see any concern with impacts to the development site based on the former landfill.
How many cubic?
Yes, they did do a source removal at the landfill. Over 3,100 tons of soil were removed to a depth of 80 feet at the landfill. That material was later tested to be determined non-hazardous and disposed of at the Alachua County Southwest landfill.
Okay, thank you.
Yep, thank you.
I have a point of question.
Not right now. There's no questions right now. It's Dean.
So I am now on the last pages here. And again, these slides were brought forward. And one of the things that happened during the course of the application coming forward through the review process and then getting to you all through the plan board is that the Florida legislature made a vote to, in November, send the homestead issue to the voters. Your economic element of your comprehensive plan, which ties to all the other elements, future land use, transportation, housing, community facilities, conservation, open space, and so forth, has several policies that the city shall follow in the execution of review of development applications. Policy 1.6.a, create an inventory of parcels, including the required infrastructure needs to facilitate single-family, multifamily, and dwellings in a well-defined residential development. Consider a mix of owner-occupied and rental housing for employees that will maintain the neighborhood character and community fabric. Allow single-family and multifamily residential housing in close proximity to employment centers with appropriate land use categories and zoning districts. Encourage planned neighborhoods that have amenities such as sidewalks and other recreational opportunities that achieve walkable communities in close proximity to employers. We would argue that in the course of this reorientation of land use classifications within the map to create a master plan community, that these do play in directly to your economic element of your comprehensive plan. Projections that came forward after the legislature voted to send this to the voters in November showed that Alachua might have a $2 to $3 million shortfall in its budget. It was brought forward and discussed during the course of the meeting last time that this project alone would have a $1.418 million total property tax increment before the sales tax. So part of understanding the complexity of the land use and how projects come forward, we are not asking to dramatically increase quantifications of commercial and community commercial within the city. There is already enough on the map within the project boundaries of what's coming before you in a land use amendment and a companion rezoning. We are asking for the opportunity to create a mixed-use community so that all of these elements can work together in a holistic manner. Because again, as I stated, saying no to one thing is saying yes to something else. We hope that we can collaboratively work through this land use and zoning to have a program that isn't the status quo, that isn't strip development, but represents a real first here where you have an interconnected community. The absence of working together produces the result that nobody likes. So that is why we have brought this forward. I hopefully have hit, we had myself, Ms. Maurer, Craig Brazier, our planning director, and staff going through my pages of notes to collate these together to give you the ability to understand that there is no detriment to moving around classifications on the land use map when they're tied together. If there wasn't a plan, you would be making a radical change. But in this plan, you are shepherding forward a different development program with definitive locks based on the zoning and conditions that say these things must come true or this can't proceed. So with that, if you had any other questions as a commission, we would be happy to answer that. We have our project team, engineers, architects, and everyone here, and she may need a bathroom break.
All right. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you for your presentation, and I believe that we have already asked you questions.
Yes.
Mayor, one second. I know we've asked questions, but I think as us, I want to say a couple things really quick. One, if we're going to go ahead and ask questions if anybody has questions, but I am going to say this. When we ask the questions and they answer back, moving forward from this moment, if anybody else shouts out, you're out. Okay? That is the last time. We ask for respect, and respect is given and earned. Okay? It is not okay to keep screaming out in the audience. So I will say that. Jacob, Miss Shirley Green Brown, Mayor Jackson, if we have questions, we will ask the questions and he will be able to answer the questions. After that, there is no comment from the audience or anything from this moment forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacob, I believe you said you have a question.
Yeah, my question was again just checking in on the court reporter before going into this. Are we still good? After this, okay, all right.
I had a question.
Yes.
Kind of circling back about the DOT. So you say you spoke with the DOT about all of this?
Yes, Madam Chair. We spoke with the Florida Department of Transportation. And as we've stated, generally you do not go out and do geotechnical testing for a small scale map amendment. You generally do not go out and work directly other than to get a methodology letter with the Florida Department of Transportation. However, our clients who are sitting here right behind me, they were very diligent about this. In working with your staff, there were several concerns. Obviously, safety is a concern. Volume to capacity ratio and level of service. So not only did we engage the Florida Department of Transportation District 2 office in Lake City, they chose to engage the Florida Department of Transportation in Lake City. Based on the volume of the investment, which is approximately $151 million, they wanted to know that they were in sync with the Florida Department of Transportation. Because as communities develop, privately funded or development associated enhancements come forward. We wanted to have the assurance that DOT would allow that light because it has to meet certain warrants and criteria. So we engaged Lake City and Tallahassee, the State Department, sir.
Now the question is, why Lake City? Because my business is actually on 441 in Gainesville. I actually had to call them about an issue right outside my door. And we had a discussion about traffic and traffic signals. And he led me to believe the impression was that the county controls the signals.
Madam Chair, I think I understand where that question and point come from. So the Florida Department of Transportation has jurisdictional authority over several rules and several different facilities. State Road 24 Archer Road, State Road 26 Newberry Road, State Road 222 39th Avenue, US Highway 441. I'm presuming that what you heard was the city of Gainesville actually runs all the signals. So in an agreement between the Florida Department of Transportation, Alachua County, the city of Newberry, city of Alachua, the city of Gainesville, in its public services and public works department on 39th Avenue, they actually have the controlling software and the connection to the signals. The city of Gainesville is paid a fee to do timing and to maintain those signals because they run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if a bulb goes out, as simple as that, the city of Gainesville responds to that and does that as a service by payment to all the municipalities. When I'm speaking, Madam Chair, of the signal timing, the Florida Department of Transportation, we are within District 2, North Central Florida here. Their headquarters is up in Lake City. Their urban office is in Jacksonville. So there are engineers that work collaboratively with the city of Gainesville and the small cities to ensure that their signal timings, turn progressions, turn signal length, green spans are all correctly. But the physical maintenance is done by the city of Gainesville under contract. When we went to the Lake City office, it's because we're in the district. That's our first point of contact. When talking about something as expensive as a traffic signal that requires coordination, we chose to also go to Tallahassee, where the core district office that oversees all the districts of the state is, so that we knew that the engineers were in sync at the local level, at the district level, and at the state level to give you the assurance that we were doing our homework. We didn't want it to end up in a dead end or a no by saying, well, we talked to DOT. We took it all the way to Tallahassee.
Right. And then also in the conversation, it was about projects with DOT are out about 10 years, unless the governor specifically has something that, is a priority. But any projects will be out 10 years from, anybody wanting to do any DOT projects on state roads.
Okay. So in response to that statement, the Florida Department of Transportation programs projects through what's called the Transportation Improvement Program, otherwise known as the TIP. prior to a project getting in the TIP, which has a 5-year cycle, there is another document that is produced by metropolitan planning organizations at a smaller level or a regional or an urban level called a list of priority projects, an LOPP. Ordinarily, a municipal initiated project that would come forward and get the list of priority projects would be prioritized and ranked at the local level by like the Gainesville, Alachua County Transportation Planning Organization now, it used to be the MTPO. It would matriculate through that LOPP to a point where it rose to a high enough priority, and then it would get into the state's transportation improvement program for preliminary development and engineering, funding, right-of-way acquisition, because signals often require guy wires or new mast arms and anchors to go in the ground. So the DOT has a long process before it ever gets to right-of-way, project development and environmental study, project development and engineering, construction, and then implementation. That generally takes 7 to 10 years. You were told correctly. When a project is associated with a project and it is not coming out of the state's coffers or the local government's coffers, it can be accelerated because the developer is putting that project forward and effectively meeting the warrants of the Florida Department of Transportation, coordinating through the Department of Transportation, but privately funding that signal, which is then immediately upon completion and inspection turned over to the municipality and becomes part of the city's equitable infrastructure. So that's how things happen faster than going through the state prioritization process through like the public realm, as Commissioner Flesher was talking about in the last meeting. Private initiated projects, privately funded, move forward more quickly than publicly prioritized projects vying for all that money across the state of Florida and the respective districts. That's how it moves faster.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is if you have enough money, you can kind of jump the system a little bit.
If you have, Madam Chair, if you have enough money to address the concerns and address the impacts of development, by permitting then with the city, the county, and the Florida Department of Transportation, you can build infrastructure for the state of Florida and a municipality that then turns over to the state and the municipality. Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I'm just following up on that line. My question, I guess, is on our side is infrastructure surtax that we're allowed to use for roads. Does that qualify for funding these types of projects? Because it sounds like that if we go through the normal route with this, like we get put on a wait list and we're competing again for state funds. But since we already collect the infrastructure surtax and we do have funds that come in for the support of roads, my question would be like, does that support that usage?
You talking about support the work that's being discussed at this time?
I'm saying like there's a light study here that the only way it's getting done in a timely manner is because there's funding that has already been secured for it. The ways that has been presented to us so far has been we talk with our local people and get onto a wait list and then have that work its way up through the state list to secure funding from the state level, or we go in with the funding already secured. And so my question is does our infrastructure surtax or any of our other funding elements, would that provide us an ability to do that?
So, Madam Vice Mayor, the city could put the funding forward to do the light study.
Okay.
But that would come from the general fund.
Okay, I just want to make sure, like when we talk about this, if it comes down to it and we decide we need to do this for, say, maybe a different area, I'm not specifically talking about this one.
Mhm.
There's options we've just learned about how we can do that to improve traffic. I guess my question for Mr. Jackson is if did you have any more questions?
No, that was it. Thank you.
So I do have some questions that you brought up.
Certainly.
One of the things is you were mentioning in regards to silviculture,
Mhm.
that current usage and its impact on water quality. and it was sounding like you were saying like what we're going to be building there is much better than the current usage on that. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, what I was stating is that the water consumption volume of the proposed commercial and the residential neighborhood will be less than the active agricultural silviculture production on there.
And that area itself is considered, what is it? Is it a HARP zone? Like it's a recharge area for the springs. Is that what it's considered?
Most of all of our community in north central Florida here in Alachua County.
So it's not just consumption, it's actually what we put back in the groundwater, correct? Do silvicultures use fertilizers really?
I would definitely think that silviculture uses fertilizer. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Madam Chair.
Would any of your environmental engineers be able to confirm that?
Our environmental engineers are not working directly for the existing tree farm. So their confirmation of those facts would be a presumption.
Okay, so because I don't believe they do actually use fertilizer out there for that, much more than what we would see with a residential or commercial runoff. The second thing on here is you said that these were just slides. Is that correct? These are copies of slides?
Yes, the material.
Like none of the information was changed?
The information this came from our June 8th presentation, and we put them together so that they could logically group and answer the questions that were asked that evening, Madam Chair.
Why didn't you provide this to the city clerk as a slide to have on the screen?
Because we wanted to take a path where you had this in front of you and summarize, and given the time, we did not want to create another PowerPoint presentation. We wanted to give this to you as a document.
Yeah, okay. So one of the other things is you kept mentioning that all the stuff you would be doing with this, it would be within, city, state, county law. Also, you would be following best management practices. My question is you keep mentioning it. Why would we expect otherwise?
I'm sorry, there was a door closing. Why would we expect?
So throughout your presentation, you kept saying like, we're doing this, we're following, state, city laws, we're following DEP, we're following the best practices with this. Why would we assume you're not doing that? Like, why would we keep saying that over and again?
Well, we underscored that here, and I underscored it verbally because there were many questions with concerns of groundwater aquifer recharge, karst-sensitive areas, and I wanted everyone to clearly know that your comprehensive plan and beyond your comprehensive plan, there are regional and state policies that play into the development of land. I reiterated it because it was reiterated numerous times during the June 8th meeting, and I wanted everyone to understand the interrelatedness of comprehensive planning as well as the regional and state review process that binds these together and give assurances to you all that things do not happen that are a detriment to our physical infrastructure, our transportation system, our conservation open space, our housing, our economic, and future land use element. Madam Chair.
All right, thank you.
Does anybody else up here have any other questions? I just have one question.
Yes, ma'am.
So with the traffic light,
Yes.
was there any discussion of, instead of a traffic light, a roundabout? Just out of curiosity.
Yes. There were considerations of that. Roundabouts are very difficult to implement, especially when you're talking about 2-lane roads coming into 4-lane roads. The more practicable solution is a signal when you have a lot of controlled turning movements that are crossing multiple lanes. We always consider them. Brian can affirm to the challenges of putting roundabouts in. They work really well when you have 2 lanes crossing 2 lanes or a 4-lane going into a 4-lane where you might have a larger rotary. This is not a good candidate for a roundabout. Yeah. Given the high speed access coming east-west along the 441 corridor and then the slower speed access, you have imparity of movements and flow rates.
All right, we're ready.
I just want to follow up because that's a really great question. because we do know is we do know that roundabouts do have a much better impact on traffic. I think there was a little controversy in I think it was like the city of DeLand with them using roundabouts. But what they have noticed is that it's a much better impact long term on traffic. So just the question. So when we talk about the feasibility of roundabouts, is that a funding thing? Is that like a funding issue?
Madam Chair, not really. The roundabout obviously doesn't have the physical infrastructure of the anchors, the mast arms, the wiring, the control systems. It requires approach and acceleration, deceleration, turning arms, sometimes slip lanes. If you think of Tower Road, for example, in the city of Gainesville, I say city of Gainesville, but it is between Oak Hall School and the development that Mr. Wiesman did, Grand Preserve. They actually have slip lanes around that roundabout. So not only do they have the center rotary like you would have at 91st Street and 24th Avenue, but they actually have a slip lane on there. This is a much bigger facility. Generally, the state highway system has about a 200 to 240 foot right of way in there. Again, it's a design consideration. And if it's something that the commission would say, we'd really feel more comfortable with a roundabout than a signal, nothing is built now. We have an agreement with the Florida Department of Transportation that a signal can go here. If an alternate plan instead of a signal were desired, that would be something you would tell us during zoning, because that effectively becomes the condition of the development program. Yeah. Not off the table until anything is built.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to add, but we're good. All right.
Madam Vice Mayor, there was one question directed towards staff at the last hearing that I just want to answer. For the electric provider of the property, it would be Duke, not the city.
All right. So we will go ahead and vote. I'll start with you, Mr. Jackson Humas.
No.
Mr. Jacob Fletcher.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just want to, while we're doing this and for the public, there has been a lot of comments from the publics regarding fear of like how this will impact our community, and fear on how it will impact their future. But what I have noticed is that the comments made by the application also is predatory on our own fears as a commission, our fears of that if we don't approve this development, something much worse will come there. The fear that if we don't approve this development, we won't have money. Okay. And I will not base my decisions on fears. What I will base my decisions on is how it will impact our community. Regarding the concerns of traffic, the one that's provided by the applicant, I believe it was like a second improvement. However, what is noted is that we're still going and we'll be providing a zoning that's much higher further down on the other segment, which is at, I believe in the report, it said it was like 109. So there's that. I also believe that the property values in this area will be detrimentally impacted for this. And when we talk about illogical development patterns, I do believe that it qualifies as illogical, as why would we put these types of developments, large-scale commercial developments, on the edges of our city? We say it's linear development elsewhere. However, if we look at this development, it is linear. The road is lined with commercial, and all we're doing is we're backfilling behind it with residentials, which we already see elsewhere in the city already. So with that, I will be voting no.
Ms. Shirley Green Brown.
Question. Are we making comments or are we voting? Yes.
Mr. Walter Welch. Mayor Walter Welch.
Vote yes.
I was going to read this all, but I am just going to Just make it easy. I'm voting yes. I will call the vote 3-2. I'm sorry. I will call the vote 3-2, and we'll pass the gavel back to Mayor Welch.
Point of privilege on this. I do want to clarify that my statements are to be included.
Vote has been made, and now we'll take a 5-minute recess for you. Then we'll assume. And once again, we will not be out of order in this meeting.
Just like you and I talked in the airport after improve quality of life here, or engagement and all of this engagement, help bring people up. And I know it's very emotional. So far. The gentleman I was let me ask you this. I knew your mom. My wife was. I don't know. You know? Oh. You want to stop this? And y'all, you have an 8-year-old. In the airport. Don't put it off the table. You have no great hair, Brody. And I don't know how old you were. You were probably playing ball at the time. I was in college. Yeah, you were playing ball. You know, what Diana did for this community, the series of, Charlie Brown, there was a piece and a momentum that developed stability, and your mom was a gracious person, and did her job, and I know that you. I was. You call it 5 o'clock. No, you are. He's a geotechnical. Good decision. Money to pay him off. You sir. You guys find the game. It's right there.
This meeting is called back in order.
Oh, good. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all just. All right, we are in order now.
Are you good?
That's okay. We'll start with item B.
Mr. Mayor, if I could be sworn in for item B.
If you plan to speak on this item, please stand and raise your right hands.
I'm looking for Clay.
Do you
It's in the
swear or
draft.
affirm the testimony you are going to give will be the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners.
Mr. Mayor, just super briefly before we begin, if we could read the title of the ordinance record.
Yes.
This is
Point of order on this. We've swapped one of our attorneys out, it appears.
I believe that Ms. Boyce restroom. She'll be back.
And okay, just when we make changes to the dais to let the other members, the commissioners, know we're making changes.
And Mr. Mayor, I think we also need to address you before we do our point of order.
No.
And you're so very right, but you know, I'm just like everyone else. I'm sorry, just like everyone else. I know this is a long night, and I know we all are tired, and so you know, let us try to work together on this and have a great meeting and go home.
Mr. Mayor, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
This is ordinance 26-10, an ordinance of the City of Alachua, Florida, relating to the amendment of the official zoning atlas from community commercial CC to commercial intensive CI and plan development residential PD-R to PD-R and plan development commercial PD-COMM on a plus or minus 182 acre subject property generally located at 16650 Northwest US Highway 441, tax parcels 03042-050-000, 03042-050-004, 03042-050-005, 03042-050-010, 03042-015-001, 03046-003-000, 03046-003-001, 03046-003-003, 03046-003-004, 03046-003-005, 03875-001-001, 03875-010-001, 03875-010-002, repealing all ordinances in conflict, providing severability, and providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor, if Madam City Attorney would like to voir dire at this time.
Sorry. Can you please state your expertise?
Oh, I meant for the commissioners.
I apologize. Ex parte communications, Vladimir. So if each of you will attest to whether or not you've had any ex parte communications regarding this project. A reminder that an ex parte communication is any communication outside of public hearing regarding the application in front of you. If each of you assert or affirm that you have not had any ex parte communications, if you have had ex parte communications, what they have been, and we'll go down the line.
No.
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 Mr. Mayor, I do have a question of clarification. Does this include the interpretations of our laws that would oversee this application?
Any communication that you've had, any communication at all outside of a public meeting. So if the communication was in a public meeting, then no. If it was outside, then yes, that would it may be inclusive.
Okay, so if we had conversations about like how to interpret the rules within the LDRs, that would qualify, correct?
Regarding this specific project, yes.
Okay, just this specific project, not like how we talk about our comprehensive plan as a whole, or how we talk about the LDRs and interpretations of this. And
general interpretations of rules would not be ex parte communications. It's as to this project. So if there were interpretations regarding how the law applies to this project, then yes. Otherwise, general training or otherwise discussion regarding the Land Development Code, no.
Mr. Mayor, does Ms. Boyce concur?
I'm going to defer to the city attorney. This is a general government question.
Okay, I just want to be clear. No.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, City Manager, and City Attorneys. Carson J. Crockett, Principal Planner with the City of Alachua Planning and Community Development Department. My resume is on file in the Office of the Deputy City Clerk, and I've been sworn in. This hearing is a quasi-judicial hearing, application number PR 26-0002, known as the Farmlands Commercial Site-Specific Amendment to the Official Zoning Atlas application, coming before you today as Ordinance 26, Ordinance 26-10. The item is a request by EDA Consultants Incorporated and NV5 Incorporated, together as the applicant, on behalf of the property owners, ALA LLC, First Coast Road Rangers LLC, Jack Small Engine Repair LLC, and JTFA LLC. The application proposes the rezoning of an approximately 182-acre subject property from community commercial, commercial intensive, and planned development residential to planned development residential and planned development commercial. As provided for by the city's land development regulations, the applicant will have the opportunity to present first, followed by anyone wishing to claim affected party status at that time when requested, and then staff will present last.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Clay Swager. I'm a certified land planner with EDA Consultants, and I'm here tonight with Jerry Diedenbach from NV5, who you have gotten to hear for a while tonight. He's another certified planner. This is a unique application in that our firms are working together due to the fact that it does have a mix of commercial and residential type components. Our firm, EDA, have worked with the city and has continued to work with the city on the residential component. And Jerry's bringing his expertise in to integrate the PD-COM zoning portions of the application tonight.
And I can say, even though it's been emotional, it has been a pleasure to work with Clay on this. We are longtime colleagues. When my wife left the city of Alachua here and came up and was the planning director, Clay worked at Alachua County. We've known each other for decades. And so this has been an honor and a privilege to work with Clay and his staff, who are very diligent professionals in this process.
Go to the next slide. So we will, at the risk of being somewhat repetitive, we do have a presentation to go through for you. Just in general, this is a rezoning request that is we typically call it a companion type application that would propose an implementing zoning district for the properties in question, the farmlands properties. This zoning is proposed would be entirely consistent with the future land use map amendments that were just proposed. And the remainder of the property and the future land use map that is on the books today. And so, as Jerry has explained during this hearing and the previous hearing, is that this is a master planned development, a planned development. The idea is to raise the bar for the development type and to have a high quality development with development conditions and a more predictable program for you to see tonight. So city professional staff and departments have reviewed these applications. They do find that these applications are consistent with your code and comprehensive plan. We worked very hard with staff to get to that point. It's many months of work to get before you with an application with a recommendation of approval, and your staff is very thorough in that regard. As I mentioned at the previous hearing, back on, I think it was June 8th, we did have 2 community workshops. One is typically required. We did have 2. This is back in the fall of last year in 2025. This slide just shows you and it is in your backup material, the notice that was mailed out to nearby property owners and the ad that was placed in the paper. Explaining the request. We did have several of our project representatives at the workshop at the Legacy Center to try to answer questions and provide information that we could. I was there primarily because we had workshops back in 2022 when we originally proposed the PD residential portion, which a couple of the commissioners were here at that time. And I wanted to show the previous zoning master plan at that time and the proposed to show neighbors that the application is very consistent with what was done before. The lot sizes, the configuration of the residential components. Several of our neighbors on 188th were very concerned. It's a sort of a local rural road, if you will. And a part of that neighborhood workshop and outreach was agreements to limit vehicular access. In other words, the PD has a condition that no full vehicular access can occur out to 188th Street, only a gated emergency access for police, fire, emergency vehicles. So no day-to-day traffic will be placed onto 188th directly from this project. There's also a condition in the PD as a result of the discussions and the hearings in 2022 that no construction traffic would occur on 188th Street to be respectful of those neighbors and those properties. So this is just a summary of it. The information is in your backup material regarding the notification that was done for community members. I think we had 12 registered community members for each hearing, although I do think there were some more there. Each neighborhood meeting lasted about an hour, and so there's a lot of discussion. And that now is about 6, 7, 8 months ago, because the process, it does take a while to get through, of course. This is a quick overview of the timeline. I did present this to you previously. Any project begins with the City of Alachua through a pre-application meeting process. So we did have a pre-application meeting with your city staff on July 17th of last year. Neighborhood meeting number 1 was on September 24th. Neighborhood meeting 2, October 22nd, 2025. These applications were submitted at the end of October last year, so they've been under city review since that point. The staff report that you do have in the backup material from your professional staff does recommend approval after a thorough review of the applicable comp plan and code provisions. The Planning and Zoning Board on April 21st of this year did have a hearing and did vote to recommend approval to you, both for the land use map change and the rezoning. The rezoning is what you're considering at this point. City Commission meeting number 1 was June 8th, and that was when you began the hearing process of the land use decision, the one that has just been approved by the City Commission tonight. And so this is the second public hearing. This would be for the zoning application. We're hoping that when we present to you, you'll see an alignment and consistency with the things we've been discussing with you over these many hours so far in these hearings. As I mentioned before, we do have quite a large project team. This is a large project, and it needs to be scrutinized and needs to be brought together and brought to you all the right way. Jerry and I work here. We understand the expectations of the City of Alachua, the type of projects and the type of information that you're looking for. We understand that. And so we do have a team of architects, civil engineers, geotechnical engineers, planners, traffic engineers. We have representatives from all those different disciplines here tonight. You got any questions? We're all here to answer them. And we hope that we can do that in a very satisfactory way. This is a context map showing the property today. And I think what is important, as we've discussed, is the approximate location of a proposed signalized intersection. With my shaky hand here, is about 1,900 feet from 188th Street. There is a sort of a more minimal intersection about 1,200 feet from the intersection. The emergency access only intersection would be down in the southwest corner of the project. The project limits include everything that I'm highlighting. It's approximately 182 acres. So it is a larger land area that's proposed for amendment, but all of the residential areas that still have residential land use map, nothing is changing in that regard. The lot sizes, the number of units in those areas are all consistent with what was originally approved, and there is no change with any of those areas. So Jerry, I'm going to hand it back over to you if you're ready.
Thank you. Thank you, Clay. So some of this will sound a bit repetitive because of the interrelated nature of the decisions that are before you today. So today, the property, and is it easier if I go to this side for you all, favor to the right? So today, as Clay stated, the property has a planned development residential on it, and you can see the area here that has the commercial intensive zoning here and the community commercial. The map that you are reviewing then reduces the area of the PDR, the PD residential. This portion of the residential is retracted back to the south, and similar to the future land use map pattern that has the community commercial and then the commercial intensive, this area now will have what is called PD-COM. This is the portion of the land that we talked about having the limitation or the governor or restriction on it. So there will be two zones, PD residential, PDR, and PD-COM to the north here in a centralized format within this master plan project. This is the original zoning master plan as prepared and was approved. As Clay has stated, and I have stated, all commitments related to only accessing 188th for emergency egress, the larger lots along the southwest portion of the property here and along the eastern portion here, being 1/3 and 1/2 respectively, will be upheld in the PDR section of the development plan. This section here will be primarily where the non-residential activities are concentrated, and this area here that has C is common open space area and stormwater management that's centralized here. There's also stormwater management here against the western side of the property against 188th that creates a buffer from 188th to the closest homes. And then there's also common area along the south and along the former rail line here. The project will have in total 450,000 square feet of non-residential uses concentrated in Area A, 203 residential units, down from 275 residential units, and it will have approximately 4,000 square feet of amenities built within the neighborhood. So things like clubhouse, outdoor recreation, indoor recreation will be centralized to the neighborhood, and all the streets will have interconnection not only up to 441 through the main drive here, but then non-motorized connections will exist in the form of sidewalks. And then, of course, staff has asked us, and we have agreed to put in the first link of the rail trail along the former abandoned rail line here. This is a more detailed picture of the northern portion or the PD-COM area. And you can see at the entrance here, there is a traffic signal. So this becomes part of the official zoning document here. There are cross sections that our professional engineers have come up with, working in concert with city staff. And as you can see, from the smallest cross section, we have dual travel lanes, landscaping, pedestrian sidewalks, and street lighting, to the larger cross sections at the project entrance here, which are illustrated with arrow bars. You can see there are dedicated turn movements, center medians, and again, landscaping and pedestrian areas to the edge. And then on smaller sections, there may be sidewalks on one side where there's only a open space, so as to preserve that. The most important component is the area that sits between the non-residential component and the residence has large stormwater basins that are gently sloped, that are large in nature so as not to load water in a heavily concentrated deep format like sometimes you see on the side of highways where basins are built and they're rather square and ugly. These will have the ability to have walking trails because this abuts the common area right here. So this is all in common, so it's centralized to the entire community. The site begins approximately 1,250 feet, just less than a quarter mile from the intersection of 188th. This is not a part of the project here. This land already has commercial land use and commercial intensive zoning. Our project starts here with an interconnected road that serves as a parallel access facility, as I described previously, to US Highway 441, with a controlled signalized entrance here, and then right turn in, right turn out here at the eastern portion. And importantly, this also interconnects to future properties to the east so that water, sewer, electric, and roadways and sidewalks can be interconnected, as well as sidewalks along the frontage of the property. So this is creating an interconnected transportation system. This is the new signal position. It's approximately 1,800 feet from the intersection of 188th. It is being coordinated with the developers from Briarwood Town Center, so their access will be directly north of this, and this, in coordination with our work with the Florida Department of Transportation, will have signalization as well as pedestrian crosswalks through here. So this is considered really an urbanizing type signal here. A multi-use path will be connected from the neighborhood central through the non-residential buildings here, so that if you live in the neighborhood, you are not obliged to take your car and go around the neighborhood to get here. You can get here by walking and access any of the restaurants or any of the retail and service offerings through a non-residential portion via the residential connecting here by a multi-use path. We have one request in this plan development. Since this is a conditional zoning, and based on the size and scale of this property, this is about 1,800 feet from the intersection, the larger buildings will be placed toward the southern portion of the property, and there will be tenants along the north side here. Given the site distance, we have consulted best management practices, and a good reference that we use often is Bob Gibbs, Urban Retail Planning and Development Principles. It is about 1/8 of a mile from US 441 back to these buildings. So we are requesting a condition that allows us to have larger signage on those buildings back there. We're doing it for 3 reasons. Number 1 reason is health, safety, and welfare. We want first responders and obviously clients who are along the 441 corridor to clearly see what these businesses are here, because they are sitting back about 1/8 of a mile from 441. Secondly, there are a lot of trees required in the city of Alachua's landscape code. So the tree canopy that will be created up and down the aisles of the parking here will be a visual filter to the facades of those buildings. And then thirdly, having other buildings along the frontage of US Highway 441, we want to make sure that you can see what these monikers are. So that is the only request we have in this PD. Otherwise, we are meeting generalized standards, and Matt Root, who is our project architect, is here to touch on that a little bit. He just has to get out of the aisle here.
Sorry. I'm Matt Ruth, MJM Architects. I just wanted to clarify one thing on this request is it does not increase the maximum allowable sign for like a large tenant beyond what's allowed by code, which is 1 square foot per linear foot up to a maximum allowable size. What the request is that in the multi-tenant building, because those multi-tenants are adjacent and connected to the larger tenants, there's a maximum allowable for an entire building. If you apply that to the multi-building, then the smaller tenants end up with very, very small signage, and those tend to be your, locally owned franchise operators, small businesses, things like that. This does not ask for any additional signage for the anchor tenant or any of the larger tenants in the center.
So Clay and I can kind of co-present on this. A lot of the data and analysis that you heard during the comprehensive plan map amendment is common because the common development procedures for land use and zoning require consistency with both your comprehensive plan and your land development code. We have conducted a needs analysis for the land use amendment, and the needs analysis also supports the requested zoning. The application responds to multiple needs within the goals, objectives, and policies of the City of Alachua's comprehensive plan, and those include the vision element, the future land use element, transportation element, conservation open space, and you saw from our last presentation that it also deals with housing and obviously the economic element. This has been judged by your professional staff and Clay and myself as certified planners as not requiring and not being considered urban sprawl. There are urban form criteria that Carson will talk to you about and spoke to you in the land use amendment portion of this. This promotes the city's urban design standards and urban form criteria as stated during the previous presentation. And by matter of incorporation, all of what we said during the land use amendment now comes forward, which includes our application materials, our data and analysis, our PowerPoint presentations, and the responses that we have provided to you. So that all forms now effectively the competent substantial evidence that's brought forward. This project will have multimodal elements, which include internal and external connectivity, sidewalks within and external to the project, neighborhood multimodal connections, as well as a future rail trail along the southern portion of the property. This oblique aerial that you can see, I'm illustrating in the Publix, Santa Fe High School, Santa Fe Ford. Here's Briarwood, phases 1 and 2. Here's where our coordinated signal would lie along the 441 corridor. This is Oak Ridge at High Springs, a residential neighborhood just to the west, to the west of 188th. And our store frontages, as Matt stated, will have modest size signage there on those smaller tenants, but enough to be visible 1/8 of a mile back from US 441. Those external connections will exist at the eastern portion of the project, as well as internally through a multimodal trail up to the non-residential component from the neighborhood to the south here. And those connections that you can see illustrated in blue show you that these roads will have sidewalks and interconnection that comes up into the non-residential component. And then this is the position of the future community rail trail along the southern portion of the property, common with the old abandoned rail line there. As stated during the land use amendment, geotechnical exploration occurred across the project site. There were 60 borings at depths up to 40 feet that have been conducted, and Mr. Butts and Mr. Waka are here from UES to testify to that. As a matter of fact, your consulting engineer, GSE engineers, reviewed the data that was supplied as a component of the land use amendment and the rezoning, and they too have provided signed and sealed review of the information that was brought forward. And they state here, the City of Alachua has policies that allow for the requirements of geophysical screening in its sole discretion and has required this screening on some projects. GSE considers it prudent to conduct geophysical screening and additional geotechnical evaluation at the location of stormwater facilities as part of final design. So what that's saying is the geotechnical will not stop. It will continue on through design development and engineering for the project. This information would then be considered and incorporated into final design, and so as they move forward into site plans, additional geotechnical information will occur on the property. And of course, all of this will occur consistent with City of Alachua, Water Management District, and FDEP standards for the property. As far as traffic circulation, we showed you during the land use amendment that in the city's future transportation and traffic circulation map 2035, there is one facility that is planned for the city. The project sits at the western portion of the city limits at 188th Street and US 441. That one facility that is in the city's comprehensive plan for enhancement is the continuation of the San Velasco Parkway from Progress Park easterly along the north side of the hammock over to Northwest 43rd Street. This is the city's level of service analysis map that shows that segment 6 will reach a level of service F by 2035. However, as we told you, during the land use amendment, there will be several things that will be done in addition to the signal being placed at this location here at the project. A signal timing study will take in the 441 corridor, so all signals will be hooked together in a progressive manner, and that is coordinated through the Florida Department of Transportation, and then ultimately the city of Gainesville would receive that timing data to actually program those lights to function in a manner that works with the peak volumes as traffic goes toward the city of Gainesville and core of Alachua County during the morning, and then returns home in the evenings during the PM peak. As we stated in the land use, this project identifies the one segment at level of service F, but the project proposes signalization and a signal study along the corridor, in addition to acceleration and deceleration and turning movement lanes elsewhere along the 441 corridor to help improve the level of service in the city of Alachua and the North Central Florida region here. A public facilities analysis was conducted by city staff. The rezoning is a preliminary development order, and the project will comply with level of service standards as it moves forward through site plan development as well as subdivision for the residential components. The project is consistent with Articles 2 and 3, then specifically Sections 2.42, site-specific amendments to the zoning atlas, Parent E, Parent 1, competent substantial evidence has been provided. You have seen that there is a team of approximately 12 professionals in here that range from professional planners, professional engineers, geophysical engineers, traffic engineers, and of course civil engineers on this project. This is consistent with Section 2.4.3, Plan Developments, specifically Parent D2, Plan Development Standards. That is how it has gone through the process and is here tonight at the City Commission. Under Article 3, Zone Districts, Section 3.62, General Standards for all PD districts, this meets the development criteria of similar lands in the area, so things like lot sizes and setbacks are defined, and we are also bringing forward cross-sections for the roads, as well as other standards such as the rails, the trail, and then the multi-use path. This is consistent then with Section 3.63, additional standards for PD districts. Parent A deals with PDR for the southern portion, and then Parent D deals with PDCOM for the northern portion. Our hope in creating this master plan project was to create a zoning designation that is both commercial and residential that enables a desirable development pattern. It diversifies and increases the city's tax base. It enhances complementary future land uses, commercial intensive, community commercial, and it promotes job creation and economic growth within the city. Therefore, your staff back in April had presented this item to your Planning and Zoning Board. Both your staff and the Planning and Zoning Board have recommended your approval of this zoning as brought forward with the condition for the signage that would allow slightly larger signs due to the distance, health, safety, and welfare, and accessibility and visibility. So with that, Clay, did we get it all?
2 quick statements.
Sure, absolutely. Here's the pointer.
Thank you. Just a couple final comments to add to what Mr. Dienbach has presented. You showed us some faith to approve a land use amendment with us telling you that there are reductions in the square footage and residential entitlements. And so your current zoning map does allow approximately 717,000 square feet of non-residential or commercial space and about 686 residential units. So if you approve the zoning and it's in the PD ordinance that your staff has drafted to lock in exactly what the applicant has proposed, which is a maximum of 450,000 square feet of commercial and 203 residential units. Those are net reductions of approximately 267,000 square feet from what the current zoning map allows, and about 483 less residential units. So it's a significant reduction from the current zoning map to what's being proposed. And one of the great things about a PD is that you can get that in writing. You get it, you get the proposal, the net change and the reductions are put into an ordinance for you. Also, obviously, there are many commitments for the residential design that we've discussed. That is codified in your zoning approval. The additional geotechnical study and work that has been requested as a condition of staff and approved. So I just wanted to mention those. Sometimes we just need to hear the bigger picture as well. And so we feel like we've got a very strong zoning application for you to implement the land use map change. So thank you for the opportunity to present that information as well.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Yeah, just a couple more things before we get to that, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, okay.
Question one, have there been any affected parties that have registered?
Yes. Mr. Mayor, we have not received any in advance. However, I'm certain there are some here tonight.
I just, for any who had registered in advance, that first. So this time, affected party presentation.
Right, and you weren't here for the, the plan board. Mr. Mayor, if I could review the affected party rules for those who weren't here at the Planning Commission, I think that would help the commission and the public. So, and this is on the city's website, if you want to read in further detail. It has been for a little while now. But an affected party, as defined here in the city in the code, is, quote, any person who will suffer an adverse effect to a property interest from the proposed application for development permit, zoning in this case, including interests related to health and safety, densities and intensities, traffic congestion, environmental impacts, aesthetic impacts, and similar effects. Any person who has land adjacent to the land subject to the application for development. So what does that mean, and how do you know if you are an affected party? Here's a simple test you can use that for what you'll need to demonstrate when you come to the podium. The mayor will determine tonight in real time if you are an affected party or not. First, you have a property interest, meaning you own property, lease it, or have a contract to purchase property. And second, your property is adjacent to the land that's subject to the rezoning application this evening, or the application for development approval, if granted, would pose an adverse effect on your property interest. It is important to show you are more directly affected than the public at large. For example, a citizen who lives 5 miles from the proposed project and cannot prove a direct impact may or may not be considered an affected party by the City Commission. Please note all requests for affected party status are granted or denied directly by the Commission at the time of tonight's public hearing based on the facts that you articulate when you come forward. If you are granted affected party status, you will have certain privileges at the public hearing tonight, including additional time to present testimony subject to the chair's approval and the right to cross-examine witnesses and city staff. If you are not granted affected party status, you can still be a participant when we get to the public comment portion of tonight's hearing, which will follow the motion. Let's see here. Just a couple of rules. I don't want to go on too long, but it's a good rule of thumb to keep your testimony, if you're presenting experts, keep that really well organized. If you're cross-examining somebody else on the applicant's team or city staff, you want to ask questions about their testimony. It's not an opportunity for you to slip in editorial or public comment. You'll have your chance to make your closing argument. Likewise with rebuttal. We're not in a courtroom, but we do tend to follow some of these rules so we all stay organized. Rebuttal is directed at matters that came up in cross-examination. So with that, Mr. Mayor, if the board has any questions, be happy to answer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Managers, Attorneys. My name is Gary Pappas. My address is 16104 Northwest 188th Street, which is directly across from the tree farm, directly across from the entrance to the tree farm as it exists now, and the emergency gate that will be installed per the conversations you heard in the negotiations that we had back when the applicant came to the city and asked for a residential a residential land use and zoning change. I can stop right there, and I think that's good enough for my affected party status. But if you'd like me to describe more of how I'm going to be affected by the Walmart across the street from me, I'll be happy to describe it for you. But I'll just stop there in the interest of brevity. I'd like to be recognized as an affected party based on my address. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to call two witnesses and one a fact witness and one an expert witness. My presentation will focus on the karst geology of this site, which is something I know you all are familiar with based on your work on the Terra applications earlier this year. I will just say at the outset, to streamline my presentation, because I could call on Mr. Crockett and ask questions, but there are at least 4 sections of the staff report that say that there is no potential sinkhole on the property. That would be on page 15 under topography policy 5.1a, page 20, describing the best available hydrological data, policy 5.1g, page 21, the geological resources criteria, objective 1.7, and then most importantly, in the environmental conditions analysis in the staff report that was prepared by staff. And there is a section in that report that is specifically titled Karst Sensitive Features. And in each section of the report, staff's report says there are no sinkholes on the property, and staff refers to the 2 reports you've heard a lot about here tonight, which is the UES soil borings report, and there's actually 2 reports there, and then the city's engineer, GES, reviewing the 2 reviewing the 2 UES soil boring reports. So once again, in every section of the staff report, staff defers to UES and GSE for its proposition that there are no sinkholes on the property. Okay? So I'd like to call my first witness, which is my neighbor, Steve Lang, who's sitting here tonight. Steve, you want to come on up? I'm going to try my best to streamline this by asking direct examination of Mr. Lang, which is what this is all about, to kind of focus the conversation as best I can. So, Steve.
Excuse me, we have a comment from our city.
Just briefly, I want to ensure that everyone is sworn on this matter before we move forward.
Yes. And so I appreciate it, Madam Attorney. Stop me anytime you want if you want me to clarify or if you have a problem with what I'm doing. Mr. Lang, Did you
No,
raise your
I-
hand in the audience?
Yes, I did.
And did you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I think
Well,
that was on the previous matter.
okay. Well,
We're on the
swear
new
'em in.
matter.
We swore witnesses at the planning commission. We've not sworn any for this item
Well,
tonight.
there was no swear in. There was no public comment for the land use matter. So the swear in, I assumed, was for the zoning if you moved forward. If you want
Separate,
to do,
this is a separate hearing. So we're going to have
I
to.
understand. So
Okay.
you want to swear us all in? Swear.
We do. Oh, fuck.
Yes, we did.
Well, then I was out of the.
Okay.
Hold on, we finna to get out of hand now. Let's listen to the city attorney, where she can explain procedures.
I just want to make sure that everyone who's going to testify has been sworn. So on this item. So as long as that's testimony, then
That's great. We'll
Go
make
forward.
sure of it. We'll swear again if you want. Steve, would you tell the commission your full name, please?
Steve Lang, Lang.
And where do you live, sir?
16320 Northwest 188th Street, directly in front of the tree farm.
And just for clarity, you're my neighbor 3 houses to the north of me.
That's
Three
correct.
3 lots to the north of me.
Right, that's correct.
What's your age?
I'm 78 years young.
How long have you lived at 16320 Northwest 188th Street?
At that address, I've lived there since November of '83 when I completed the construction of the house.
When you acquired the property, there was no house on that lot.
That's correct.
Okay. And where were you born?
I was born in Fernandina Beach, Florida.
All right. And what is your relationship to the property that you live on currently, as well as the tree farm property historically?
The land that I live on now is a platted subdivision that was platted and developed by Belle Jeffords. She was my aunt. She owned all the land to the west of Northwest 188 down to the railroad, the old railroad. She owned all the land where the tree farm is sitting. She owned all the land north of 441 where her house resides. And
when you mentioned the railroad, you're familiar with my house,
right.
Right. The railroad runs behind the old railroad, but runs behind my house.
Right. I think you're lot number 9 of Shady Lane Acres.
Right. Okay. You were in the military?
Yes, sir.
What branch?
I was in the United States Navy.
When did you serve?
I served from 1965 through 1968.
And after 1968, where did you come to live?
I came up here and lived on my aunt's property across 441. She allowed me to reside in my trailer. My wife and I stayed there on her property, helped her, and then I bought the lot at 16320 188th Street from her and built the house and moved over there in November of that year.
Of 1983?
Right.
Right. So from 1968, when you came back from the war, until 1983, you were in Alachua.
I was in Alachua from August 13th, 1970 until now.
Right. Until you built your house,
Right,
and you haven't
right.
left ever since.
No.
Okay. Did you have access to the tree farm property when you lived here in 1970?
Yes, we did.
Did you have reason and occasion to wander out onto the tree farm property that your aunt owned during that time frame?
Yes, I did. There was a big sinkhole over on that property.
Right.
And my aunt directed me to take her farm trash over and put it in the sinkhole. And the highway patrolman caught me going across 441 in her farm truck with no tag. And because she owned the property on both sides of the highway. She said that was fine. I didn't need a tag. And I went over to dump my trash and junk in the sinkhole, which was a common thing. It was quite a large sinkhole.
And you say quite as large. We're sitting in this commission chambers. Was it as big as this room or bigger?
I would say it's about the size of this room at one time. It was the biggest.
Have you talked to any of your older relatives and friends who also were acquainted with your aunt, like your cousins and the people that lived on the property, about the sinkhole?
Yes. My cousin Barbara Jeffords, which is here, that's her mother that owned the property. A lady by the name of Sarah Edwards with a nickname of Doodle, that she lived at the very corner of Northwest 188th Street in the tree farm, about where that Good Life Community sign is. She had her trailer there. She moved off of that property. I think I asked Barbara, it was about 1972, and she said she remembered dumping her garbage in the sinkhole and water running in the sinkhole.
Okay. Now, just to be clear, the sinkhole that we're talking about is out on what you now know as the tree farm property.
That's correct.
And where was the sinkhole relative to where your house is now?
Right directly out my front door. I don't know how many feet that is, but
May I
you give them the map, I can see.
may I approach and offer exhibits? Of course, always have exhibits for you. You want an extra? Oh, sure. For the record, tell me when you're ready.
Regarding the exhibit?
Yes.
Can you tell us the origin,
Sure.
who prepared it, et
That's
cetera?
exactly what I was going to do, Madam Attorney. This is from the Alachua County Property Appraisers GIS-owned database for all of Alachua County. Publicly available, anyone can go on it. I'm quite sure city staff has access to GIS data. Everyone does. Publicly available, I give you the website. This particular exhibit for a description for the court reporter is a side-by-side of the exact same image from 1974, with Mr. Lang's address at the top, which forms the white dot that you see on the left screen, is a much wider version of the image, which shows the railroad track below and Santa Fe High School up in the upper, sort of the 2/3 of the way up on the right-hand side. The left-hand image is a zoomed-in version. You see the white dot, which represents Mr. Lang's address, because it's plugged in. When you search by address. That's his address. So you see the numbers 274 running across the top. That's 441 on the top, and 188th Street running north and south below, where the white dot is Mr. Lang's address. There's no house there because it's 1974, and he built his house in 1983. Any other information you need about it?
Do you have any, are you going to present any testimony, expert testimony regarding the age or formation of the sinkhole? In other words, is it active? Is it relic?
I may. I have a lot more aerials to show, so I'd like to just
Well,
move on.
do you have experts that are going to talk about this, or
Well,
are you offering yourself as an expert?
No, I'm offering eyewitness testimony of a person who lived right next door, frequented the sinkhole, dumped trash in the sinkhole. I'm not here to talk about expert testimony of how the sinkhole was formed, when it was formed, although as you will see, I'll show you aerials dating back to 1937 with the sinkhole present then as well.
That would be
But
helpful for
yes,
the record.
I will. I just wanted to get through Mr. Lang's exhibit first.
All right, thank you. I appreciate
Sure,
it.
of course. I'm happy to answer any questions. I'll give you the website. You can all go on
It helps the
and look for
commission
yourself.
determine the weight to give it.
Okay. Now, what I'd like to do, if it's okay with you, I did make a blow up of this so that it will facilitate our discussion so that you can see when Mr. Lang points out certain features. So, Mr. Lang, if we look at the right-hand image, first of all, you see your address at the top,
Correct.
right? And you see the white dot.
Yes.
Do you recognize that about where your house would be in 1974 if your house had been built by then?
Exactly.
Do you see the curvy line down below?
Yes, I recognize that as being the old railroad track.
Okay, and if you look up in the right-hand side of the, again, the left-hand image, do you see Santa Fe High School with the football field?
Yes.
Okay, and so do you recognize the line that runs across right through the numbers, including the numbers 274 as
That
Highway
is US 441.
441? Okay, and then if we look on the right-hand image, you see that it is a zoomed-in version of the same image on the left.
Yes, this is 441.
And when you say this for our court reporter, you're referring to the white line that runs across the top of the page right below the numbers 274.
Yes.
Okay. And again, the circle is your house.
That would be where my house was sitting.
Okay. Can you point out to the commission where the sinkhole was that you remember dumping trash into?
Right here.
Okay.
Big
And
dark spot.
for the record, Mr. Lang is pointing to the big black dark spot that is directly east. That would be east, Steve?
Right.
East of your house. That's
Right.
directly east of his house out in the field.
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any other information about the sinkhole?
Sarah Edwards, as I was saying earlier, lived on that property. She would have lived right up here in her trailer.
And when you say right up here, this is the northwest corner of the tree farm?
Right.
And that's where the City Beautiful sign, the Good Life Community sign is?
Yeah, it's right here in her
Today.
trailer. Her trailer resided right here.
Right. Do you have any recollection of of what type of trash was dumped into the sinkhole?
Yes, sir. I've witnessed seeing bicycles, refrigerators, freezers.
How about cars?
I believe there was a car. My cousin Barbara's sister remembers having Santa Fe High School had a fundraiser, and they charged money to take a sledgehammer and beat on the old car for so much money raised for one of the clubs that she was in.
Right.
And that car ended up in the sinkhole.
Anything else you want to tell the commission about your knowledge, your personal knowledge of the sinkhole?
Yes, I threw trash in it, which, I was told to do, and a lot of people did. And Sarah Edwards, or Doodle, remembered water running in that sinkhole.
Excuse me.
And
but not by the time you got there in 1970?
No.
Okay. Anything else you want to say, Steve? About the sinkhole and
it's just that that sinkhole is still there. It's just got trees planted around it now.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
It's covered over. I think the tree farm, when they started developing that land, they bulldozed a lot of the trees and cut a lot of them down. I think they ended up in the sinkhole, a lot of them.
Thank you, Steve.
Yep.
Next, I'd like to introduce a composite of aerial maps that I'll bring back up to you, if I may. Sure, Carson. Down to one. Tell me when your record, Madam City Attorney, for my representation of what this composite exhibit is.
Your representation of what the exhibit is, just briefly.
So the exhibit I've already provided is 1974. These are the same exact website, the GIS, which stands for Geographic Information Systems, which everyone in this room knows what it is. Geographic Information Systems is what is the foundation for every navigation app you have on your phone. It is a system of public information that starts with an aerial, and the technology allows planners like Mr. Carson and these folks to layer on top of aerials streets, roads, buildings, stop signs, utilities, and that's how they build maps. These GIS maps this is owned by the City of Alachua property appraiser for tax purposes. I put on the cover page, the first page, just to show it. Each page then thereafter is the 1937 aerial. The next page is 1957. The next page is 1968. I skipped 74 since you already have it. Then I have 2001 and 2020. There are many more. I picked, frankly, the best resolution I could get. There are many more available. They are all formatted exactly the same way as the 1974 exhibit, with a wide angle image on the left and a close-up on the right. Each one of the wide angle images on the left, I tried to orient exactly the same way as 1974, so you can see the railroad and you can see 441. You'll notice on the 1937 map, the black dot across from 188th Street is there. You can see it in 1957. It's still there. You can see it in 1968. It's actually gotten bigger.
I don't want to interrupt you. I want the commission to be able to see it as
Got
you're
it.
describing it.
Sorry.
If you'll just, is the intent for each of these to go to the existence of the sinkhole?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, by the way. I didn't realize they weren't down the line. So one of the reasons I presented all of these aerials is lest anyone would think that the shadow on the black dot on 1974 might be a tree or something else. First of all, Mr. Lang identified it as the sinkhole, but all you have to do is look at these aerials from 1937, it's there. 1957, it's there. 1968, it's there. In 2001, the property had been planted with pine trees. And you'll note, whoever planted the pine trees didn't plant them where the sinkhole is. There's a big hole in the planting of the pine trees. And then importantly, I'd like you to look at 2020. I did 2020 slightly differently. The left-hand screen is not as wide angle as originally, but and I apologize. Let me just get one other thing for the record. I used my address for this composite exhibit, so you'll see on the top of all of these, my address 16104. That's why the white dot is not where Mr. Lang's house is. It's where my house is. And if you look at the 2020 map or aerial, you'll see very clearly that when you zoom in, because by 2020 we had much better resolution, if you zoom in on the road on the tree farm, you can still see some of the crater that's there. Now, the sinkhole was much bigger than that crater. The sinkhole in the other diagrams extends all the way back to the road. It's that whole brown area. And you'll notice that the tree farm stopped planting when it got up to the crater. So I'd like to call my next witness now. I call Steve Boyce.
I do.
Okay.
Pull this stuff out. It's one page basically front and back.
Front and back. Okay, good. Mr. Boyce, would you please state your name?
My name is Stephen Boyes. I'm a licensed professional geologist in the state of Florida. I've worked in Alachua County since 1986. I own property in Alachua County, and I provided expert testimony in multiple hearings and trials and different things through time.
Is this your resume?
This is my resume.
Two-sided on one sheet of paper.
Right.
Okay. May I approach to offer it? Mr. Boyce, could you please take the sworn in?
I was sworn in.
Sure, Carson.
Let's hand out the other graphic as
yes.
well in the meantime.
Yes.
Okay. I prepared a composite map because I was upset when I did my review. I was retained to review the particular hydrogeologic setting. And I got a little upset when I found out that all of the documents I saw from the applicant didn't show where the Northwest landfill was, which is immediately on the bottom of the property.
Is this the graphic that you're referring
That
to
is
that you prepared?
That is the graphic I'm referring to.
May I approach? Tell me when, has that been distributed? Okay. To facilitate this. To facilitate this, I would like the commission to recognize Mr. Boyce as an expert in hydrogeology based on his resume, his education, training, and experience in the field. And before we proceed, I would like to have him recognized as an expert affirmatively. Yes, sorry. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, I'm gonna be honest. I can't read it.
All
It's
right.
so tiny.
Okay. I mean, I could have Mr. Boyce go through it, but I think it's should be relatively perfunctory.
Mr. Mayor, I recognize the gentleman from a previous thing that came before the board as an expert witness.
Were you recognized by the city commission as an expert hydrogeologist previously?
Not by this city commission,
Okay.
by one of its boards, I guess.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I think we should stipulate. I would stipulate.
Okay. All right.
To his expertise.
If it is recognized by the board, rather than me sit here and pepper Mr. Boyce with questions, it will move things along faster if I can let him just tell you the work that he did and his opinions on the matter.
Okay.
If that's acceptable to you all.
Okay.
And just before, I did do a blow up of this diagram as well. I know you have it in front of you, but I'm going to put it in front of you here again so that you have it in a bigger format. Sorry.
Mr. Mayor,
I've
Mayor-
also been
Mayor.
qualified as a sinkhole expert, and on the figure I've added the mysterious disappearing
Point of
sink.
order.
Hold on one second.
Mayor.
Hold on.
Mayor, you have to recognize him as. Is that correct? We're
You would just make the determination. Our suggestion from a legal perspective is that it would be acceptable to stipulate if you so choose.
I mean, I see you wrote a resume. How can I say that you're an expert? I know you asked me to recognize you as an expert.
Yes.
According to this, right?
Conceivably,
No,
I can run
I'm
through it.
asking you, how do you want me to recognize you according to what?
That's an attorney issue.
Well, Mr. Mayor, typically with an expert witness, their resume represents their education, training, and experience, which is what Mr. Boyce's resume does. It describes his education, his degrees, his certifications, his business dealings, all in the field of hydrogeology.
And my license.
And his licenses.
Mr. Mr. Mayor, do we apply the same scrutiny towards the applicants when they provided their credentials?
All right, listen to me very carefully. You asked me to recognize you according to this.
Yes.
When they were up, y'all didn't ask me this. See, is that okay? Now, if I was and you wanted to ask me this and they asked me this, I would give them an answer. But since I wasn't asked then, don't say nothing yet.
I move to
Don't say nothing
recognize
yet.
Mr.
Please,
Boyce
please,
as
please,
expert
I'm
witness on
talking.
this.
I'm talking. You, I know you're a commissioner, but you're going to respect this seat.
Point of order, there's a motion on the floor.
No, you are the order. Now I'm talking. You told me to go by this here.
I offered his resume as a summary.
Well, I can't say he's an expert because you gave me this paper.
Okay, well, the other, I recognize, Mr. Mayor, that this is a quasi-judicial proceeding. In a judicial proceeding in a court of law, before I would present an expert, I would have the expert on the stand. I would have him describe his education, training, and experience. I would move his resume into evidence, and I would ask the court to recognize the witness as an expert so that he can then give opinions, because only experts can give opinions, fact witnesses, on matters of scientific basis. Fact witnesses cannot. So that's why I just wanted him recognized as an expert so that our record would reflect that this commission recognizes a hydrogeologic expert as opposed to an engineer or a planner or something else.
Mr. Mayor, if it would speed things up, we could ask the attorney to just conduct a brief voir dire of his expert.
Sure. Mr. Boyce, would you please describe your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in geology from the University of South Florida and some graduate work in groundwater from the University of Florida, the University of South Florida.
Do you hold a professional license in the state of Florida?
I am licensed number 184 as a professional geologist in the state of Florida.
And after your education, can you summarize your work experience up to the point that you formed your own business that's listed on the resume?
Okay. I worked for the state of Florida Department of Environmental Regulation and the groundwater section, and did the preliminary work and investigation of the waste sites that became the Superfund sites in the state of Florida. I I did the Florida Surface Impoundment Assessment for the EPA, which was the very first expenditure of RCRA funds to investigate the impacts of surface impoundments, where they put water and waste and what happened to it in the ground. I did that, and there was a publication from the state of Florida, the Florida Surface Impoundment Assessment. Let's see.
Is a surface impoundment that you just described similar to what we've heard
Storm-
described today as a stormwater basin?
A stormwater basin is a surface impoundment. That's correct. It's a basin in which you dump water or dump waste. Okay. I did that in between 1978 and 1980. Starting in 1980, I went into the groundwater section of the state of Florida Department of Environmental Regulation at the time. And from there, we investigated waste sites across the entire state. We also dealt with drinking water problems. Did the Bellevue loss of the Bellevue well field to a gas station. It was the first loss of a drinking water supply by gasoline in the state. I did that one. It's rather lengthy. Anyway, moving on from that, I went to work. When I left the department, I went to work for Groundwater Technology, a firm that investigated groundwater contamination and cleaned up groundwater contamination. We assessed the extent of impacts in the subsurface, and we cleaned it up. From there, it was mostly for oil companies. From there, I worked for a small firm called Handex for a little bit up in D.C.
Handex had Florida operations.
They did. Yeah, they did. But I left before they came to Florida. I wouldn't sign their non-disclosure agreement. And then I formed GeoSolutions. And
what is GeoSolutions?
GeoSolutions was an environmental consulting firm. We formed it in 1986 when we moved to Gainesville.
And how long did GeoSolutions operate?
Well, I basically took it out of operations in 2017.
Okay. And what was the business of GeoSolutions?
I did just about everything. Environmental cleanup, assessment, expert testimony, fracture trace analysis, geophysical investigations.
Have you been recognized by other commissions, courts, bodies as an expert in hydrogeology?
Yes, and sinkholes as well.
I'm done with my proffer, or Dyer, whatever you want.
I would point out that my resume was mostly written by my wife at the time.
Thanks.
Okay. My testimony is going to be a lot shorter than this.
Proceed with your testimony.
Okay.
I would like him.
I will
in hydrogeology.
Yeah. Tell you what, let me do this and then ask me questions.
I said I will recognize you as an expert in the field that you represent.
Hydrogeology.
Hypogeology.
Thank you.
Before you proceed, would you just explain to Mr. Mayor and the Commission what the field of hydrogeology is and how it differs from other fields that have been represented here today?
I'm basically a geologist, and I work with water in the ground, putting water in the ground, getting water out of the ground, water supplies, water supply wells, groundwater pollution, drinking water pollution, water resources in general. Okay. Anyway, let me get into this. Okay. I've created this graphic because I was concerned when I did my review of this that the Northwest landfill is in the big picture. It's right on the bottom end of this development site, but yet all the graphics we saw earlier, I think one of them just basically said it's an agricultural land. It's a landfill. It's a closed landfill. It's a landfill that contains some chemicals that are heavier than water, that dissolve, have limited solubilities in water, that are considered carcinogens. EDB has been detected, which is a nemicide that was used in the state of Florida. Evidently, it was disposed of.
Can you just clarify? EDB is an acronym. What is the full
Ethylene
name?
dibromide. Okay. And as well from this landfill, also chlorinated organic solvents like trichloroethylene, perchloroethylene, which is dry cleaning fluid, and their degradation products have been detected in the groundwater. Groundwater at the landfill is currently monitored every 6 months, and it's been monitored for a long time. The landfill exists because it was used locally for disposal of waste for High Springs, Alachua. So y'all more or less helped create this. It is in the county, I see, based on the property lines and everything. But the waste source is local. I think it's La Crosse, High Springs, and Alachua only. Okay. Anyway, on the figure, I located the landfill in relationship to the development site, and in pink, I've tried to show where the Walmart work is to be done for its change. In the white area, I highlighted the sinkhole that's apparent, evidently, on the tree farm property. Of major concern to me in this figure when I looked at the development for the residential area, there are some stormwater basins that have been placed down adjacent and in the area of the landfill and the landfill impact. And I have labeled them, and this is my editorial comment on this figure, is these are not appropriate areas to have stormwater put into the ground immediately adjacent to a landfill. Got a couple reasons. One is you could cause sinkhole development. The other one is you can move water into the waste and down. The landfill is a big hole in the ground that disrupted all the vertical bedding, horizontal bedding of the Hawthorne group. And if you impound a whole lot of water adjacent to it, you're going to sheet water. You could conceivably sheet water into landfill and recreate or increase the impact of the landfill. So the landfill's an issue, and it needs to be addressed. Okay, the site's hydrogeology. It is a remnant Hawthorne group hill of sands and clay sands, and it's relatively intact. There is the one sinkhole that's apparent when you look at it. All the borings that I've seen in the area indicate that the water table is in the limestone, not in the clayey materials. There is no perch water table apparent in any of the investigations that have been performed. Okay, so we have a water level down in the rock and the Hawthorne group above it. And there's 40 to 60 feet of Hawthorne material there. Okay. The landfill is a documented environmental problem. It supports a large groundwater impact. And that groundwater impact is basically dissolved carcinogens, things that if you drink the water can lead towards an increased risk to cancer.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second, if I may.
Mhm.
What are the breakdown products of the chlorinated solvents that have been detected in the water?
Well, there's a breakdown group of perchloroethylene or tetrachloroethylene, which is dry cleaning fluid, and trichloroethylene, which is also a common degreaser. But 1,2-dichloroethylene is a breakdown component, ultimately ending in vinyl chloride. And these have all been detected in the monitoring of the landfill. Okay, I tried to cover that. Okay. I recommend stormwater be retained as close possible to the upper northern portions of the proposed development. It would be best to keep the stormwater as north as possible on the property. Need to be creative. There's absolutely no reason, if you're going to put in a giant parking lot like that, that whatever happened to those little swales, grassed swales between parking lanes. Let's get the burden of the load of water going back in the ground where it actually originally falls. Let's try and spread the water out and get it back in the ground over the hill like nature has done. Okay. Now, with regards to the sink that's been filled with garbage and possibly a car in the testimony here today, I recommend that be cleaned out and removed and properly disposed of. It's illegal to put, at this point in life, it's illegal to put waste in a sinkhole. Okay. Okay. Probably one of the other odd points associated with this is really with the landfill there, this is sort of a brownfield development. Okay. So basically the end of my testimony is, with regards to the landfill, don't poke the sleeping bear.
Mr. Boyce,
Yes.
I have a few more questions for
Please.
you. Did you review the drilling records for the landfill, for the monitoring wells that the state and or county installed at the landfill to define the plume of contaminated water and to monitor the contamination?
Yes, I went to the contamination assessment plan, the contamination assessment report, and the follow-up report to the contamination assessment report, and looked at all the well logs. A lot of work was done there at that particular point in time. There were a lot of domestic wells that have been impacted by EDB, and there was a lot of there was geophysical well logging of those wells to document how those were constructed. There are caverns present in the upper Floridan, close to the bottom of the Hawthorne, and there's a second set of caverns below that.
And did the soil boring reports that you reviewed for the landfill evidence these caverns?
Well, the well logs for the monitoring wells that were installed around the landfill. Now, the boring reports to here. Is that the question? Or
no? I'm directing my questions first on the soil borings. I mean, on the logs for the wells that were installed for the landfill first, and then I'm going to compare them. Then I'll ask you to compare them with the ones that were done by UES.
Okay, their logs, they're monitoring. They're drillers' logs for monitoring wells that were installed to look at the groundwater and also determine the geologic nature of the area when they're drilling them to figure out how to best construct a well at that location. Those wells, once they encountered limestone, encountered a number of the wells encountered caverns, which you'd expect. They also, the county also had an independent contractor come in, pull the water supply wells for some of the neighbors and do logging, geophysical logging of those wells. And the caliper logs were run, and there were cavities also in those water supply wells for the area of impact.
And what is the significance, if any, of the caverns that you saw documented in the landfill monitoring wells and residential wells?
Well, those are the primary groundwater flow zones, but they're also the zones that will take in sediment and allow subsidence, alluvial collapse, subsidence sinkholes to develop. It's not uncommon.
Are any monitoring wells for the landfill on the tree farm property?
None that I'm aware of. Well, I may be wrong there. There may be some just up in the area where Well, actually,
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to interrupt us, but I am noting that it's 10:51 p.m. In
Oh.
accordance with your rules of procedure, we'll need a motion to continue on the meeting if we want to continue. So I just want to flag that before we hit the 11 p.m. mark.
And I would think we would be, with Mr. Boyce's testimony, no more than 10 more minutes, but they may have cross of him. Do they get that now? I don't.
So cross-examination would be permitted after the testimony. I just want to make sure that we have enough time to
Right.
on the meeting.
And that's what I was trying to stage out, because I have other work, other issues I want to discuss and and questions I want to ask of other people, but I want to get Mr. Boyce done. So let's.
Well, I have a question too, but
Well, Mayor, do you want me to make a motion?
Yes.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting for another hour. I don't want to go through what we did last time, 30 minutes and 30 minutes. Let's go for an hour and then.
No. We'll just we'll vote and we'll have a attenuation. We can come back to this. We're not standing.
Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, the Vice Mayor was recognized for a motion, and the motion was made.
Okay.
So there would be a second. If there is one, there may not be a second.
Okay.
I don't hear a second. If there is no second, just so that everyone's aware. Okay, hold on. Okay, we're not seeing a second. If there's no second and we don't have a motion that continues on our hearing, we are automatically re-adjourned at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning.
I was going to make a motion for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
That we extend
30 minutes
to 11:30. What's going to be my motion?
Is there a second to that motion?
Second for 30 minutes. I'll give them 30 minutes.
Second.
It's been moved to second. All in favor on the motion for 30 minutes?
Aye.
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 okay. You had
Thank you.
question?
The last question was, were there monitoring wells installed on the tree farm property as part of the contamination assessment, the contamination assessment reporting procedures and processes, as well as monitoring? I think the answer is no.
I believe the investigation preceded the existence of the tree farm.
Okay. But no wells that you've seen were actually
No,
installed on the tree
but
farm
I
property.
do know there's a decent water supply well. It appears to be the water supply well for the tree farm here at that road.
Right at the corner of the southwest corner
Across
of the
from your
property.
house.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Have you okay, so the monitoring wells that were installed for the landfill contamination assessment, to what depth do they generally go?
They go quite a bit. They go well into limestone. The shallow Floridan wells were probably about 15 feet into the top of limestone with a 10-foot screen.
How deep is the limestone? I'm trying to get a sense. Are these
Okay.
wells 120 feet deep?
Oh, some of them are. Some of them are 180 feet deep. Some of them are, yeah.
All right. Have you reviewed the reports of UES that was hired by the applicant? Actually, let me correct that. That was hired by Rise Partners, which is not the applicant, but Mr. Diedenbach's client. Did you review the UES reports that were prepared for Rise Partners as part of their site assessment work on this application?
I reviewed the text portions of the report. I did not have access to their well logs, which is what I would really like to sink my teeth in. I would like to know how those, well, they're not wells, how those borings were finished. How were they backfilled?
In general, what is your understanding of the depth of the soil borings that were done on the tree farm property by UES?
None encountered the Florida aquifer. They were all Hawthorne borings.
So shallower than 100 feet.
Yes, 40 feet, I believe, one thing.
And are those types of wells, in your opinion, satisfactory to assess karst geology risks on the property, on the tree farm property?
No.
And why is that?
Well, first off, they're just investigating the one formation. And I doubt seriously, not having seen the logs, that you really can't correlate bedding in the Hawthorne group across it. The site and their investigation found no water table because they did not go into the Florida aquifer where the actual water level is.
You were in the room for the entire presentation by Mr. Diedenbach and Mr. Swager and their witnesses for both the first part of the hearing, but importantly, this part, the zoning application hearing, correct?
Yes.
You were also in the room at the tail end, the rebuttal section of Mr. Diedenbach's presentation, when a gentleman from UES got up and testified that the landfill is no problem, my words, paraphrasing, for the tree farm development.
The reality of the landfill is it's been closed for many years. It's in a steady state situation. The plume is maintained. It's decreasing slightly in concentration with time. It's monitored twice a year. Quite a few wells are sampled for it. Unfortunately, the contaminants are still present. Any change to the hydrology around it could be a problem. And I really highly recommend that we don't put drainage adjacent to the landfill.
What is the risk that you are opining on of putting stormwater basins near the landfill?
Okay. Well, there are two. First off, it's not unexpected to see some karst development, some small sinks develop in stormwater basins. The other side of it is these basins are going to be in the Hawthorne. The Hawthorne is not a uniformly permeable bed where the water just goes straight through it. It has little clay lenses and everything. So water to get to the bottom goes more or less like this. If you put a basin full of water adjacent to a landfill, which is a big excavation in the ground backfilled with garbage, with no impermeable boundary between the two, you stand a good chance of pouring that water from that basin along a clay lens during big rainfall events into landfill. So don't put stormwater into the ground around the landfill. That's a recommendation. And that's my editorial comment on here. Don't do it. It's poking the sleeping bear. There's a lot of liability associated with groundwater contamination. They had to put, in the end, in this area of ADP impact indicated on the drawing, the red area, the county provided public water supply to every impacted well.
Does the existence of a decades-old sinkhole on the tree farm property, as evidenced by Mr. Lang's testimony and the aerial photographs, give you any indication about the karst geology of the tree farm up by the commercial development?
Well, on the cross-county fracture zone. This is a highly karstified region of Alachua County. There are less apparent sinkholes in this immediate area, but there is one that they didn't cover. That's really all I want to say about that.
In the interest of time, I will end my examination of Mr. Boyce. If the applicant has questions of him, this would be the appropriate time.
At this time, we'll take a 5-minute break.
Good deal. Oh.
Good job.
Thank you. I'm Steve. I did the one with the NSX. But, yeah. Thank you. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you. You got me by 2
Oh, man.
I don't, because the city has I'm not escaped yet. No, no.
This meeting is called back in order. And oh, excuse me, I'll give you about 2 more minutes. I'm waiting for someone else to come back in. But right now, he's here. Right now, we're gonna motion.
Mr. Mayor, I don't mind just very quickly. We have on your agenda item 5A is an RFB that will expire if we do not vote on it tonight. So I would request, at obviously the commission's pleasure, a motion to suspend hearing on this item for about 5 minutes so we can get a presentation on that and potentially a vote so we can get that figured out so our award or our bid does not expire.
Okay.
Does anybody want to stab? Make a motion to suspend this for 5 minutes so that we can do item 5A. I'll motion.
I'll second that.
It's been moved to second. We'll take a vote, voice vote.
Sorry, aye.
We coming back
Are we
to
doing
the
a
other
roll
one.
call or a voice, Mr. Mayor?
We can do a roll call.
Okay.
I'll start with you.
So aye.
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 Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Commissioners, Mr. City Manager, and Madam City Attorneys. Donna Smith, Finance and Administrative Services Purchasing. And you have before you this evening for consideration the award for RFP 2026-03, which is the US 441 right turn lane to south on Northwest 104th Terrace. On April 20th of this year, the city solicited formal bids from qualified vendors to furnish all the necessary labor and materials, services, expenses, equipment, direct and indirect cost, and lump sum prices to complete the US 441 right turn lane to south on Northwest 104th Terrace project. A mandatory pre-bid meeting was held on April the 27th with 2 contractors in attendance. Bids were due May 20th at 3 p.m. The city received 1 bid in response to RFP 2026-03. The bid was received from John C. Hip Construction Equipment Company with a lump sum bid of $293,714.40. This turn lane will greatly reduce the probability of accidents, particularly ones that could involve city heavy equipment turning off a US 441 towards the Public Services Operations Center. It is staff's recommendation with moving forward with awarding to bid to John C. Hip Construction Equipment Company as the only responsive and responsible bidder. The recommended action would be to accept the bid received from John C. Hip Construction Equipment Company for RFB 2026-03, and to authorize the city manager to sign any necessary documents to effectuate a contract with John C. Hip Construction Equipment Company and issue a purchase order in the amount of $293,714.40. And I'm willing to or answer any questions that you have.
Yeah. Line item number 27 on it, mobilization, and line number 28, maintenance of traffic.
Mhm.
Each of those are about 21,000 and 22,000 apiece. There's no description of what that actually entails.
So this is in the from my understanding is this project is in the FDOT right of way. So everything that is conducted within the FDOT right of way has to go through their regulations, and they're required, they have to follow the FDOT guidelines for the traffic control in this area. So that's why I believe it's more expensive, but City Manager Valderas can address that concern.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, when it comes to MOT, movement of traffic, it follows FTT standards as required for this project. And then the other item was mobilization, demobilization. Those are the costs associated with the contractor being mobilized for the construction of this work.
Thank you on that. The second thing is this is a request for bid, and this was the bid. Are we still going to be entering into an actual contract with them for that amount in services, or is that contract already written out, just not included in this item?
That is correct. We do have a contract that was put out with the bid document itself, so they have read the actual contract, and upon approval through the commission, we have a signed page by the contractor, and then upon approval here, the city manager would execute on behalf of the city per commission approval.
Okay, so we don't have the contract in this agenda item.
It was not attached at the time that I believe, let me see, sorry. No, sir, it was not attached.
Okay. This company, John C. Hip Construction, they got the 115th over by, what was it? The new distribution center. They got that one too.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
And was that also a single bid we got for that from them?
I do not recall the number of bids received for that.
I
That was
believe
a
that
state grant funded job growth.
Right. I'm just saying that when we put out an RFP on it, I think it was also we only got this company to do it as well. So I'm wondering, just curious, what's going on with our projects if it's only like this company. It seems like that they have the ability to do this type of work in our area. So maybe it's something we can look into or look at past contracts and see where they are. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Tyler Williams, the County Manager, City of Alachua, to address Commissioner Fletcher's question in regards to the 115th project, there were 3 bids. John C. Hip was the lowest, most responsive and responsible bidder.
And Mr. Mayor, you said there were 2 for this one. Okay.
Well, for clarification, we received 1 bid. We had 2 contractors that attended the mandatory pre-bid meeting. They chose not to submit a bid, the other contractor.
Mr. Mayor, I move we accept the bid received from John C. Hip Construction Equipment Company for RFB 2026-03 and to authorize the city manager to sign any necessary documents to effectuate a contract with John C. Hip Construction Equipment Company and issue a purchase order in the amount of $293,714.40.
Second.
It's been moved to second. We have public comment on the motion. If there be none, then we'll take a roll call vote. I'll start with Commissioner Eunice.
Aye.
Commissioner Fletcher.
Aye.
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Wingerson.
Aye.
Mayor Welch. Aye.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, that's a 5-0 vote.
Yes, it's 5-0 votes. So thank you. Now we will resume with
Just to clarify, is the affected party finished with the questions for this witness?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't want to, well, I guess again, but in about 13 minutes, I'm going to interrupt us again because we'll be up on our time. And so I just want to make sure that we're keeping that in mind. If we're going to continue to a date certain, I want to give us sufficient time to be able to discuss what that date is. So I don't know if the commission wants to start the applicant's cross-examination of the witness at this point, or if we want to, I would recommend start discussion regarding whether we're going to continue the hearing tonight or to another date certain, so that we don't run out at 11:30.
I would just love to finish Mr. Boyce if possible. I have more to do after that, but if we can get Mr. Boyce on and off, that would be great. I don't know the extent of the cross-examination. I would defer to them, to Jerry or anyone else.
I believe the city also will have cross-examination of Mr. Boyce, just so that the commission is aware. It will probably be my best estimate for the city side. Would we say maybe 20 minutes? Arson for
Mr. Mayor, for cross-examination of that particular witness, it should only take like 5. But we do have staff's presentation and any other affected parties that may be present tonight.
Sure.
So,
And then for the applicant's cross-examination, do you have a time estimate?
Mr. Mayor, I would think that we have at least a half a dozen questions, and bearing on the direction that Mr. Pappas chooses to take before he concludes, that may cause more. So there are a couple components. City has cross, we have cross, and then of course there's the city staff presentation. So it's prudent, as your attorney is saying, that we're running into a expiration of time here.
To be clear, I mean, we're not going to finish. I'm not going to finish my presentation tonight at all. I just wanted to hopefully get Mr. Boyce completed so he can go home and be done. And that would be his cross-examination. So
I don't think he's going to be done tonight.
Well,
If they've got 20 minutes and we've got over a half dozen questions, he's not
Okay.
finishing
Hold on,
in the next
hold on.
few minutes.
Get them to state their names on the microphone if they're going to speak, so we know who's speaking for the record, please.
okay, for the record, that was Mr. Diedenbach speaking. Okay, well, whatever. That was my goal, was to complete the expert witness's testimony. You can start your cross-examination now if you want.
Yeah, I'm going to move to extend the meeting till 11:50 to allow for at least Steenenbach to have their cross-examination, and then that should give enough time for them to do that, and then we can pick this back up at a date certain. Mr. Mayor, is that something you would think is prudent in the situation, to allow them some time to speak on the matter, Mr. Diedenbach, and then we can go and pick this up at another time? Or we can wait until 8:30 tomorrow morning.
You asking me?
Oh, yes, sir.
I would love to come back tomorrow. I cannot. Oh, y'all cannot.
So
Well,
Is there
You know,
any?
the last time we did this, the applicant had a 2-week continuation to a date certain. There's no reason, and there was discussion about doing it at 8:30 the next morning, and it was shot down. So if we're going to continue this hearing, I would request that we continue it to a date certain, 2 weeks out, just like the applicant got. But let's finish Mr. Boyce tonight, get him done, so he can leave and be finished. If not, we'll have to bring him back.
Miss
that's fair.
Mr. Mayor.
Before you start, I'm sorry. Never mind. You go ahead on and.
I don't have anything else to say. I'm waiting for questions.
Mr. Mayor,
Do we have?
I apologize, and I'm not sure, was it a motion from Commissioner Fletcher or a suggestion that would be an appropriate
Well,
motion?
I'm just gonna I'll move to extend the meeting till 11:50 to allow for cross-examination of this witness at the time. And we'll
That's-
do that, and then when we hit that mark, we can figure out how we want to do a date certain on it. Because it sounds like there's a conflict with July 4th, but just extend it 20 minutes to give them time to question him right now.
I second the motion.
Then it would be go to a vote.
It's been moved in second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
No.
Can I get clarification or, I mean, the next commission meeting that we have is July 27th. Are you saying that in date certain, we would pick something prior to July 2nd, correct? Is that what you're saying?
It would be up to the pleasure of the commission.
Yeah, I mean, I,
Mr. Mayor.
I'm saying no. Because I would rather come back in time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I said I said no on that motion.
I believe it's 3-2.
It passed 3-2.
so just, Mayor, just for clarification, so we're 11:50. If we do not get through with cross-examination, we would still be bringing him back at a further date.
And we would need to have a motion and decide that date prior to 11:50 p.m.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, at this point, I would suggest that it's the city's opportunity, or rather the applicant's opportunity for cross-examination, and then the city's opportunity if we get through applicants of this particular witness.
Okay.
And so, Mr. Mayor, just for clarification, oh yes, thank you. Sorry, it's late. Jerry Diedenbach, agent for the applicant. So if Mr. Boyce is not finished tonight with our cross and the city's cross, he will come back, correct? And we will choose some time certain. Okay.
Sure, that works.
Okay. Okay. So,
fire away.
Stephen, interesting sides of the table here.
Yes.
So, for the record here, yes, you stated that there are no monitoring wells that you know of on the subject property. Is that correct?
I don't have the map in front of me. I'd have to look at the map. I don't have the map in front of me. I would have to look at the map. There are a lot of monitoring wells.
Okay. You
I can
also-
pull them out, take a quick look. I mean, you know,
Okay.
I probably have them somewhere in here. So, back and forth. There we go.
Mr. Mayor, a point of information on this. If the expert witness is providing material that is separate than what we're seeing to the cross-examination, does that have to be entered?
This is my reference material. It's a map by someone
It
else.
still needs to be entered, I would say.
Okay, that's fine. This is a map from the July 1st, 2025 Alachua County Northwest Landfill Groundwater Contour map. And this is the same period of time they were sampling it. Here's the landfill. There's a monitoring well just on the north peak of that point. Do we have a property map available?
You may.
Okay. Because I would say that there are probably no monitoring wells on. Well, it depends on who owns that property there.
Would you largely agree that those monitoring wells exist south of the former rail line? That line being
Or on the
here.
rail line, basically.
This north-south line, the rail ran from northwest to southeast.
This is the old rail line.
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry to interrupt. Prior to any additional testimony regarding the exhibit, I'm sure that the commission would like an opportunity to view it.
Okay. I only have the one copy of it.
If we're going to be referencing it in the testimony, we would need copies for each.
Just a point of clarification. Yes. Gary Pappas. Point of clarification, Madam City Attorney. I think what he's doing is just referring to the map to refresh his recollection about where the monitoring wells are. But if you want the map in, we can put it in, but
let's put it in.
I believe that was the request by the applicant, which is why
Let's put it in.
I say that.
Well, Jerry Diedenbach, while the deputy clerk is running those copies, in the interest of time here, you opined that this is effectively a brownfield site. What do you mean by this, Mr. Boyce?
The landfill in the immediate area around the landfill has been impacted by the landfill.
Would you mean then in that immediate area that the project site that is subject to the land use and the rezoning applications is a brownfield site?
No.
Okay, thank you. There is a presumed sinkhole that has been discussed here. You stated that it could be cleaned. Are there examples in Alachua County where former agricultural sinkholes have been cleaned, remediated, and residential and non-residential development has occurred in the area with no detriment to the community, the water source, or the surrounding context area?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Boyce, are you aware of a project that sits on Northwest 241 or
what's the word?
241 north from Jonesville into the city of Alachua? As you are south of 39th Avenue, where the tennis courts and the county built its recreation facility, are you aware of a project called Turnberry that exists there?
No, I'm aware of it.
Okay. Well, for the record, there is a project that is south of 39th Avenue on the east side of County Road 241, connecting Jonesville to the city of Alachua. It was a former IFAS test farm. Are you aware of that test farm that was there?
No. The only work I did there was I responded to a sinkhole complaint underneath a double wide trailer.
Okay, very good. For the record, there was a former sinkhole that was in the center of that. It is now the area that is a lake. That area was remediated, cleaned, and a lake was built with a polyethylene liner over the top of that several years ago. Okay. You also stated during your testimony that one could move the stormwater management facilities to other areas of the site as a prudent engineering mechanism. Is that correct?
True.
Okay, good. Also, in the land use discussion, and then specifically in the zoning, there is a condition that staff has placed here for continued investigation and for review of the project site area as engineering moves forward. Do you believe that's a prudent condition?
Yes.
Great. Are there political or policies or precedents and best management practices that should be followed as data is received from continued testing that will allow the forward indication of special or other techniques that might be necessary to be followed?
About what?
Well, if a situation arises, if contamination is noted, or if there are circumstances that come from further geotechnical or geophysical analysis of the site, are there things that can be done that are completely legal within the rules of the city, the county, the state of Florida, and the regional water management districts?
Depends what we're talking about. Are you talking about the landfill and the plume associated with the landfill, or are we talking about the property that's proposed for development?
I'm speaking specifically, Mr. Boyce, again, this is Jerry. I'm speaking of the property that is the subject of the application. Are there policies, procedures, and rules and regulations in place at the local, regional, and state and federal levels that will allow an engineer to properly engineer this site with no detriment to the public's health, safety, and welfare?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Does the rezoning that is being contemplated by this commission allow any individual or professional engineer or site contractor the ability to violate local, regional, state, or federal regulations as it relates to the development of this property?
No.
Mr. Butts, do you have any questions as a professional?
Keith Butts. Keith Butts, UES. Mr. Boyce, you mentioned that, Mr. Boyce, you mentioned that the borings were shallow, only in the Hawthorne Formation, didn't reach the water table. Have you done any geotechnical work or strictly hydrogeological?
Oh, I've done a whole lot of drilling in my life, yes.
So with a single-story commercial development, would you expect to drill deeper than 40 feet?
Depends on what the purpose of the investigation is. If you're simply looking at foundation, you did it.
Fair enough. And what would you expect to do next if you were looking at karst-related activity in the area?
For this particular project site?
Yes.
Probably start with a fracture trace analysis and aerial photo review for that. Geophysical investigation is possible, depending upon how intact the Hawthorne is. Your boring log should indicate that.
Would it surprise you to know that we already are planning on doing the geophysical and as part of the...
Are you testifying now?
No, I'm just asking you the question if you knew that.
I don't.
Okay. You mentioned that it would be a bad idea to put stormwater ponds at that part of the site near the landfill area.
That's correct, especially adjacent to it.
Do you know where the stormwater ponds are for the landfill?
On it. And there's only one small one.
And it's adjacent to the parcel?
It's on the landfill.
Right. Okay. I don't have any more questions.
See? Oh, wait, gotta know.
Randy Waka, UES Professional Solutions, Environmental Project Manager. Were you aware that there was source removal done at the landfill and that over 3,100 tons of EDB contaminated soil was removed and hauled off?
I'd heard that. I did not see the records of that excavation.
Okay, there are records that indicate that, and the records also indicate that after T-clip analysis, the material that was excavated was determined to be non-hazardous and disposed of at the Alachua County Southwest landfill. Okay, yeah. Were you aware that there was over 3,100 tons of contaminated material removed from the landfill to depths of 80 feet?
I have not reviewed the report of the excavation, but I had heard that that had happened.
Okay, and then just as a follow-up, that material was tested T-clip for disposal, and it was disposed of as non-hazardous waste at the Alachua County Southwest landfill. Is there
I don't know
concerns
anything
with
about
that?
that.
Do you have any concerns with remaining contamination being the source removal taking place?
Did they actually get the source? That's the question.
Per the reports, yes. Thank you. No further questions.
No comment.
Is there anything further from the applicant regarding cross-examination of this witness specifically?
Jerry Diedenbach again for the applicant. Not at this time, Madam Attorney.
Thank you. Mr. Crockett for the city.
Carson J. Crockett for the record. Mr. Boyes, when did you receive copies of the UES report to review and provide your expert testimony?
I saw the UES reports texts, the texts of the reports, not the supporting documents, today. I reviewed the work that was provided in the applications and on these two presentations that I guess the city has prepared.
And Mr. Boyes, without the backup boring or data to those reports and the text report only with less than 24 hours, is that enough to provide your expert testimony on this subject matter?
No, I determined the geology of the site from looking at the site and also looking at the borings and logs from the work done around the landfill. Also, my knowledge of the area because I've done a lot of work in this area. I'm the principal I'm the professional geologist on the dye trace investigation that was conducted in this area.
And Mr. Boyce, you state you have a lot of experience in this area. Have you conducted a site visit to confirm the existence of the alleged sinkhole?
I have not had access to the site, but I have looked at the aerial photography provided, and I am an expert in looking at aerial photography. I've been doing it all my life.
Mr. Boyce, did you specifically look at aerial imagery from the year 2010 that was not provided in an exhibit to the city?
No. I did look at Google currently.
No further questions.
I do have one quick rebuttal question. May I sneak that in? Gary Pappas. May I? So, Mr. Boyce, you were asked by the UES representative, Mr. Walka, I can't get your name right, but Mr. Walka, whether you were concerned about the removal of 3,100 tons of contaminated soils. And your response was, did they get the source? What is the source of the groundwater contamination that exists at the landfill on this very day? Is it soils or is it water?
Okay. Now we get a little technical. The contaminant, EDB, has a specific gravity of 2.4. The specific gravity of water is 1. When you pour a heavy liquid that has limited solubility into the ground, it goes straight down. And it hits the water, and it keeps going straight down until it encounters something that it can't pass through. EDB is a specific gravity of 2.4. I doubt seriously if drums were lost in that landfill that they could have possibly excavated sufficient depth to get everything, the EDB that was disposed of in that landfill.
Does the most recent testing reports for the landfill, the most recent testing reports show EDB contamination on the monitoring wells at the landfill? And I would direct your attention to, I think, 6 and.
Well, okay. Yes, in the most recent report I have is from July a year ago. We have monitoring well NW6D is 17 micrograms per liter. Oh, wait a minute. No, excuse me. I'm reading it from the long column. Here we go. Is 0.41 micrograms per liter. Monitoring well 10D is 3.2 micrograms per liter of EDB. However, it's also important to note there are other contaminants present as well, which are the chlorinated organic solvent materials and degradation compounds I reported. This is part of that same package. Maybe you should just Xerox. These are the pertinent things from that July 2025 report, and I've relied on this being the most recent report available on the landfill.
Mr. Mayor, I'm going to interrupt. We have about 7 minutes left, and I anticipate that it will take us at least that much time to pick a date certain if that's what we choose to do. So I would just bring that to the commission's attention. I don't believe that we're done with this witness, though. If
I have no further questions of this witness, so we can move on to the date certain.
It might be recross.
Right there, because redirect was permitted, recross at that point would be appropriate. So the witness is not finished. The witness would need to come back if we continue to a date certain.
Have at the recross. There only were 2 questions asked. The recross is limited to the questions I asked on redirect. So there's no subject matter that's left to discuss. If they've got a question about the questions I asked, ask them now, so we're done with the witness.
I'll leave it to the pleasure of the commission.
Are you going to make a motion? Yes.
Mr. Mayor, I move we continue this meeting. I believe our next meeting is July 27th.
Somebody second.
Are you saying you're motioning for the meeting for this to come back on July 27th? I'll second.
It's been moved in second. We take a vote. We take a roll call. I'll start with you, Commissioner Fletcher.
To ensure the applicant has proper time to, I guess, rebuttal on the questions that were specifically, I think that again, they said 3, to ensure that they have fair opportunity to do that. I think we should go ahead and have the continuation with that later date. So I'll be voting aye.
Oh, you said no. Aye. I'm sorry.
Aye.
Aye.
Vice Mayor.
Aye.
Edwards say aye.
So, point of clarification: my redirect questions related to the existence of EDB at the site currently and the source material of the EDB contamination. So, cross-examination should be limited to those questions, not new experts, not new witnesses, or else this goes on forever, because then I'll bring new experts and I'll bring new witnesses. There has to be an end. I realize this is quasi-judicial, but in a court of law, you have direct, cross, redirect. If you allow recross, it's limited to the matters on redirect. I asked 2 questions.
Mr. Mayor, I think, and the city attorney, we're all on the same page as Mr. has clearly stated, and how we're all on the same page on this.
Recross would be limited to the questions that were asked on redirect.
And
That is the restriction. The topics.
And we have, I guess we can get the actual transcripts of this so we can just make sure, right? We can make sure everything is there.
The topic at hand is the landfill, the purported contaminants that may or may not still be there, and ultimately the impact on the site before you.
Right.
So those are,
with the utmost respect, Madam City Attorney, the topics of the landfill is not the subject for recross.
are you practicing law now?
Yes, I am.
You are?
Yes.
You have a license?
I do.
Active?
I am an inactive member of the Florida Bar. I was an active member in good standing for 38 years until I retired in 2025.
Let's not mislead the commission. You're not eligible to practice now.
Mr. Mayor, it will be a question of fact it will be a question for the chair to determine whether it's within the scope or without the scope, depending upon the questions that are asked by the applicant at the continued hearing.
Right.
So it'll be fact specific.
Another point of clarification, the city attorney mentioned that we are done with the land use hearing. According to your own regulations, there is a second reading that's required of the land use hearing. So I just want to make sure that you all are aware of that it does have to go through a second reading that's in your own code. And whether that's scheduled for the 27th or another date remains to be seen. But there will have to be a second reading of the land use according to your own rules and requirements.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Left in your meeting. You had 2 minutes to go. You made it.
All right. I move to adjourn.
Second.
It's being moved to second. This meeting is adjourned.
Aye.
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 Hello. Thank